Testing 1, 2. Fine. All right. Great. Let's get started. First of all, let me apologize for the delay and the technical difficulties, but we do have people waiting online, and I want to be um, less disrespectful of their time than I've already been. So, good morning, and giving greetings and salutations to our distinguished guests and members of the audience, both present and virtually. On behalf of the African Center for the Study of the United States, I would like to extend a warm welcome and thank you for your presence at our first South Africa U.S. Security Nexus. Axis is a center dedicated to examining the United States from a uniquely African perspective. We do this through three avenues. The first being research, scholarship, and publication. Since our inception, Axis has grown to be one of the leading institutions for scholarly research in all things Africa-U.S. related. We have partnered with scholars from across the United States and across the continent to publish multiple works, such as Africa's policy towards the United States during the Biden administration, Africa, in fact, the African diaspora before and after COVID-19, and many articles and think pieces. In addition, we have partnered with esteemed organizations like the University of Southern California, Howard University, the University of Michigan, Good Governance Africa, and the National Association of African American Studies to produce works that are contemporary and relevant. Our second avenue is community engagement. We seek to expand our work beyond the ivory towers and make it accessible to those that the philosopher Sly Stone called everyday people. We do this by creating forums, webinars, and opportunities for dialogue. This includes our annual Black History Month program, monthly book club, and webinars that facilitate dialogue between Americans and the continent. Our third avenue is cultural exchange. We seek to be the conduit through which the United States and Africa began to understand each other more intimately. To this aim, we have partnered with American organizations to create exchange programs. We are pleased to announce that in June, we will have a cohort of 20 American college students coming to WITS for a 2-week-long summer school program. In addition, we are working closely with the National Association of Black Journalists to bring another cohort in 2025. We're also working with the Waterfall City Management here in Johannesburg to bring a special cohort of students and professionals to learn more about Waterfall City and how it's leading the way in smart city design. And it's within this context of cultural exchange that we are gathered here today. The Republic of South Africa and the United States have a long shared and close history and relationship dating back to the dawn of democracy here in the Southern African nation. As strategic political and trade partners, the two nations have long shared similar ways of seeing the world. Democracy, freedom, and justice represent the core values that each nation holds dear. These similarities also extend to the way that each nation sees policing. Along with these similar visions has come similar challenges. In 2020, policing in the United States faced a serious reckoning. After a series of tragic deaths by the hands of police officers, voices across the United States called for a re-examination of the way policing is practiced. Accusations of racial bias and unwarranted use of force led to calls to defund the police, demilitarize the police, and retrain the police. In the Republic of South Africa, police were accused of killing a protester in 2021 with rubber projectiles. In addition, accusations of corruption, police brutality, and other forms of criminal misconduct have damaged public trust. Today, we seek to interrogate how these two nations can learn from each other, each other's policing practices and challenges, and find intersection to work together. We're honored to have both practitioners and academics from both sides of the Atlantic here with us today, and we're excited about this conversation. And in the words of the Southern Baptist Church that I grew up in, you are welcome, welcome, welcome. So we will, I know we have Professor Irvin Kynes joining us from Cape Town. And I do want to introduce him very quickly because I believe he is first up on, but a few housekeeping things. There is a QR code on the wall that you can scan that has the program for today, all of the speakers' bios and information, saving paper, saving the universe, saving the earth, as well as we will have a lunch break at noon to refresh ourselves. So I believe my IT person will tell us that all the speakers must keep their mics muted when someone else is speaking, or we're going to get some feedback. So, Professor Kynes, are you there? And can you hear us?
Yes, I am, but I might have to leave early. My wife has just collapsed, so I don't know if I should stay in this meeting. So just give me a minute.
I think you are unmuted. Yeah. See, he's ask him to say something. Professor Kine, Professor Irvin, I may be saying your last name wrong.
Kinnes. It's Kinnes.
All right, I'm sorry. Kinnes, can you hear us well? So yes, Professor Irvin Kinnes holds a HDE from UWC. I'm getting feedback again. And a master's in criminology from the London School of Economics and a PhD in criminology from the University of Cape Town. He previously served as police training program manager at the Center for Conflict Resolution, where he was responsible for training police managers. He also served as on the board of Trauma Center for Victims of Violence and Torture and RAPCAN. He has also been a member of the Committee of Inquiry into Racism and the Committee of Inquiry into the underlying conditions for the instability and violence in the Western Cape minibus taxi industry. Irvin is also a recipient of the United Nations Vienna Civil Society Award from the United Nations Office of Drugs and Crime. He previously worked as a content advisor for the Portfolio Commitment on Police and Parliament. He is a member of the editorial board for Acta Criminologica, an African journal on criminology and victimology. And without further ado, Professor, we'll hand it over to you. Can we?
Thank you very much, Dr. Asad Malik King. I want to say to you that I'm honored that you have asked me to do this. And so I want to suggest that policymaking and policing and security in South Africa has been robust and has been competitive and deeply personal to actors and actants. And before one starts this, I just want to say to everyone gathered here, to my own colleagues here, my address is intended to reflect on three areas when considering some of the challenges faced by policing agencies in South Africa. And I think some of these challenges that we experience here, it's not local only. I think it's other police agencies around the world. Some of them also, if you can see me, I'm sure you can see me, have the same type of problems. So I do want to comment on, in the available time, on policymaking, police reform, and community initiatives to assist the police against crime. And so let me thank the African Center for the Study of the United States for inviting me here this morning to share a few ideas with you on the USA South Africa Security Nexus, and a special thanks to Dr. Asad Al-Malik and his team. But let me preface my input with three comments. Firstly, I want to say that policymaking in the 21st century is and should be the express business of civil society and civilian administrations, and the police as an institution should be kept out of the process for as long as possible, particularly in countries that are undergoing political transition and those moving from authoritarian democratic states. We've had very bitter experiences in this country with the apartheid police, and all of us, whether we in the US or whether we in South Africa, we should learn from it. The George Floyd events certainly has many lessons that we all have to learn from, even in South Africa, in the way that the police deal with protesters in particular. Secondly, the idea of police reform in a country undergoing transformation from an authoritarian state to a democratic one is tough on the people expected to be at the cutting edge of policing and security itself. And these are policemen and women. But as we have seen, it is tougher on those at the receiving end of the policing, and that is the public. Thirdly, involving communities in the business of policing and security is one of the best guarantors for the success of the public police. However, this involvement of communities is contingent on police officers having a good plan, and more importantly, having the knowledge to manage community goodwill and participation. Where the police don't plan for such participation, this always leads to contestation, confrontation, and the loss of public trust in the police. So let's talk about policymaking and policing. Policymaking on policing and security in South Africa has been robust, competitive, and deeply personal to actors and actants in the security governance sphere. Policymaking in policing, both the state and non-state sector, has seen a great many scholars contributed policies for policing, which include policies on policing of crowds, policing on organized crime and gang violence, and policies on police militarization. And yes, some of these scholars are Heyman, the Goldstone Commission, David Bailey and Clifford Shearing, Monique Marks, David Bruce, some of my own work, and then Sean Tate and Monique Marks. When it comes to organized crime, Mark Shaw's work, Peter Gastro's work, Jenny Irish Kubushiani, Wilfred Schaaf and Claire Vale's work, together with that of Theodore Petrus, Khalil Khocha, and Charles Goradima. And Guy Lamb and Johnny Steinberg also looks at police militarization within the South African sphere of policing. So other scholars have contributed to police policy making and policing our futures, particularly people like Mark Shaw and Jean Rauch. The literature around civilian oversight of policing and police accountability processes in South Africa have largely been due to what I call the Herculean efforts of somebody like David Bruce and his relentless defense of human rights against torture and brutality in the South African landscape, and often at the risk of being attacked by politicians who exhort the police to adopt more brutal approaches towards criminals. David Bruce has been joined by his colleagues at the Institute for Security Studies, Gareth Newham and John Berger, in documenting unprofessional conduct on the part of the police and in all aspects of policing. So in addition to police integrity processes, we also have research that has been conducted around evidence-based policing and police integrity by people like Andrew Fall. And so you can go on in terms of the literature that exists around evidence-based policing, police integrity, and the various methods that police in this particular country undertake. So despite over 30 years of work around the security sector reform and police reform in particular, we have seen the evolution of the police who, after or during the first 10 years of democracy from 1994 to 2004, have initially begun to move away from the brutal, or what we call the krachtdadig approach in Afrikaans, of the apartheid police. It should be noted that the emphasis of the new government was on democratic rights for all, and that required a new approach for policing. In describing how the initial seduction of the police with partnership approaches melted One of our scholars, Johnny Steinberg, documents what he calls pouring new wine into old bottles. Steinberg suggests that such approaches, and he leans heavily on the work of J.P. Brodeur when he speaks about high and low policing, and he suggests that the government, the new democratic government, did not trust high policing structures of the old apartheid state, and ostensibly supported everyday low policing and everyday policing. It relied on a form of low policing which really re-emphasized everyday patrols, visible policing approaches, and so forth and so on. So as far as policy making is concerned, the police architecture has come a long way since 1994, especially with respect to structures of policing and professionalism and accountability, prevention and investigation of crimes. While we've all transversed all of these matters in different policy developments, we still have a long way to go as we are dealing with police reform. And this is an endless reiterative process in which we as a society, and indeed the police as an institution, learn from best practices and mistakes. Some of our key challenges for policing remains issues around the leadership and how it affects the staff morale, the loss of experienced investigators, and early retirement and resignations of disillusioned, experienced police officers who keenly make their way to the private sector, where the experience can be harnessed in more creative ways. Let me, by way of example, state that we only have to look at the criteria for becoming a fully fledged member of the South African Police. There are a number of requirements that an applicant must satisfy. Such an applicant shouldn't have a criminal record. They should have a matric pass. They should have a driver's license. They must be physically fit, and so forth and so on. And they must pass their physical training. On the other hand, to be appointed as the National Commissioner of Police, there are no criteria. The President can appoint any man or woman to serve as the National Commissioner. So 30 years into our democracy, this has not changed, and there should really be a public process to appoint such officials. It's implausible and impossible to even think about the fact that you can appoint a National Commissioner without any criteria. So one of the more recent phenomena is the inability of the Minister of Police to confine into his own constitutional duties of making policing policy as stipulated in the Constitution. There has to be strict guidelines for political leaders to involve themselves in the operational side of policing. That should be the preserve of the operational head of the policing, and that is the National Commissioner. We see the same with the Mako member of safety in the city of Cape Town. He routinely accompanies police on operations, and this compromises the ability of the rank and file members of the police agencies to effectively perform duties as per instructions of the operational heads. We have to keep politicians out of policing. This is something that should be addressed with great urgency, as it threatens the prevention and the investigation of crime when political leaders give running commentary to police officers who are pursuing criminals. Lastly, the tendency by political leaders to urging police officers variously to take off their gloves, not to die with their boots on, don't die with your guns drawn, is leading police officers into a trap where they could fall foul of the law when they decide to open fire at suspects or to abuse people's rights. What we are seeing today is police officers shoot and kill some of the suspects they are meant to arrest. The Marion Hill killings in KwaZulu-Natal is an example of this. 9 suspects were killed by the police, and according to reports, they had 2 firearms with them and opened fire on the police, and this was deemed to be a sufficiently justifiable reason why the police returned fire and killed everyone, all 9 people. This is a slippery slope, I would argue, that could lead to a situation where we have the emergence of unofficial death squads. We live in a very dangerous moment here. So let me conclude this section by saying that when Steinberg warned about old wine in new bottles, He also said by 2000, even the bottles had disappeared. The new bottles have disappeared. The SAPs have come full circle and appear to be letting go their strict discipline they once adhered to. And one can see this in the amount of police officers that have to be investigated by the IPID, the Independent Police Investigative Directorate, as well as the Police Inspectorate. Police morale and the public trust in the police. I would argue that the level of public trust in the police have degenerated significantly to 27% according to Robertson and Gordon in an Afrobarometer survey in August 2021. That survey showed that public trust in institutions in the criminal justice system showed low levels of public trust in the courts, which was at 43%, the police, at 26%, and the local councils at 24%. During the first quarter of the 2022-2023 financial year, murder had shown an increase of 11.5%, or 6,242 murders for the period April to June 2022. Attempted murder has increased by 8.4% to 5,576 incidents, while robbery with aggravated circumstances have increased by 4% to 35,233 incidents. While sexual offences have shown a decrease of 6.7%, the figure of 11,855 incidents is still way too high, with 9,516 incidents attributed to rape cases. The efforts of the justice system to prosecute offenders, I think, has been dealt a blow by the July 2021 uprisings in the province of KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng. The damage to the economy as a result of the uprising was estimated at around 50 billion rands, and it has taken quite a while for the criminal justice system to awake from its slumber to investigate and prosecute individuals responsible for the uprisings. I think that the criminal justice system as a whole has suffered a crisis of legitimacy, and the recent Statistics South Africa poll of citizens shows that the level of trust in the police have significantly declined. And let me argue that given this erosion of public trust in the criminal justice system and the police in particularly, this crisis of legitimacy, which we all argue has been the foe and that has buried the old apartheid police, you are faced with a real problem here that it could also have the same implications for our current police if they don't jack up the ways they deal with public complaints and the way they deal with people who come to the police station for services. I do want to say that while understandings of managing public trust in the police, the morale of police officers are suffering, and many police officers with good experience are resigning, and it is estimated by the minister that up to 300 police officers are retiring every month, and that is according to the Minister of Police. So there are claims that more police officers are resigning than retiring from the police. And the loss of policing, and these are critical skills in the SAPs, cannot be underestimated, despite the fact that we've seen the recruitment of over 10,000 new police recruits. More significantly, the relationships, structures, and relevant policies that mediate these relationships between the community and the police should be reviewed. Let me talk a bit about community relations and the involvement in the business of public safety. South Africa adopted policing as a partnership approach in 1995 and has not moved away from that approach. In nearly 3 decades of democracy, we have to reflect on how far South Africa has come with its problems of policing a vibrant country through its community policing policies. What has survived the transition to democracy has been police culture. Through its many variations and the talk of a new democratic police officer, South Africa has yet to see the fruits of a professional policing service. This has been the emphasis of many scholars such as Clifford Shearing, David Bailey, Andrew Fall, amongst others. In fact, Brogdon and Shearing in 93 already makes the point that police culture is the most difficult thing to change. And let me quote, they say that new rules can never catch up with police practice. Attempts to transform police practice that have envisaged the problem as critically one of rulemaking have failed to recognize where there is a will, there is a way. The culture is resilient. Rulemaking practices on their own are insufficient. Principally, rulemaking devices have failed to recognize that you cannot crush the culture. My point is that the police has retained many of the cultural practices in the institution with respect to its symbols, ranking systems, operations, treatment of the people they are meant to protect, and the police, and throughout the transition to democracy. We've remilitarized the police in 2010. While in 1994, we demilitarized the police, and in 2010, we've remilitarized the police. So the context in which the policing takes place in South Africa has now changed. We live in a much more violent society, and this can be seen as a contradiction in terms of remilitarization, demilitarization, and the level of violence within the country. But we have to stare things in the face and say that a return to a law and order agenda did not necessarily translate into better crime control practices. Going back to the old military ranks in 2010, which is the antithesis of a commitment to community policing and working with communities. It's approaches that led to a further erosion of community trust and confidence, and we see the results of this with the Marikana massacre in 2012, when 34 miners were killed and 78 injured by a combination of police units, principally the Public Order Policing Unit, the TRT, and the National Intervention members members that were on the scene, supported by Defence Force troops. The partnership approach, which heralded our entry into democracy, has strongly, I think, dissipated and given way to suspicion, mistrust, and greater levels of police criminality. The latest perception surveys of public trust in the SAP shows a downward trajectory, and the work of policing scholars such as Andrew Fall, Gareth Newham, and Guy Lamb and David Bruce all attest to this. So I want to argue that the time has arrived to reevaluate the partnership approach of the SAPs, as service delivery to communities has been severely weakened. We have to reevaluate the efficacy of community policing as a model of policing, and I want to argue that community policing as a model has outlived its usefulness. Conditions in the country have shown that police largely ignore what CPF leaders are bringing to their attention. A new policing partnership based on mutual respect from the police and the community must urgently be considered, and the white paper on policing and the review of the SAPS Act provide ample opportunities to review this policing partnerships. We have so many new police formations, community formations, wanting to work with the police, and we need to have the police to be in a position where they can accept this goodwill on the part of the communities. We have neighborhood watches, we have street patrollers, we have the community in blue, and so forth and so on. We have to reorganize this particular partnership with the police based on the mutual principles of respect for one another. I think it provides opportunities to legislate the role of the national and provincial police ombudsman. It is also doubtful if the SAPS in the longer term takes the recommendations of the provincial ombudsman seriously if they already question the decisions of the Independent Police Investigative Directorate. Let me end this by saying that accountability of the police must trump militarization, and a greater community participation in policing is urgently required to arrest the corruption that has beset policing, which have led to poor service delivery. Thank you. I have to leave, unfortunately. My wife has collapsed, so I must apologize to everybody. I have to rush home.
Thank you, Professor. Absolutely riveting presentation. And I wish your wife well. Did you say your wife collapsed or she is?
Yeah, so let me leave. Thanks.
Yes, please. Thank you so much for attending. So, we would have a question and answer, but the professor has to leave. So I think would anyone like to make a statement or respond to, the professor since, no? Okay, well, we will, Valerie?
Good morning. So I wanted to ask about the statement that was made that we've outlived the purpose of community policing forums. In, say, for example, communities like in Johannesburg, where there are hundreds and thousands of people living within one neighborhood, and the police are supposed to be overseeing a large area. For example, Braamfontein is overseen by the Hillbrow police station, but there's no actual police station within any vicinity of the area. So now, if there are insufficient police stations or services available, how exactly must communities in concentrated areas police themselves? Because it's very difficult to do so without a formal CPF structure.
Would anyone in the room like to seek to address that question, concern? Please.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll just maybe elaborate that apart from community policing structures, which we have in place in the South African Police Service, we also have sector policing. So in each sector, like you mentioned, Braamfontein, I think there's about 5 sectors which fall under Hillbrow, and Braamfontein is one of them. So each sector has a sector manager who's that direct link between the community and the police, who actually engage with the community on a regular basis, have monthly meetings, and take up most of the challenges that experience, either deal with it immediately or take it to the community policing forum. So community sector policing so far has been very effective in actually bridging the gap and the communication issues that's been experienced by the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments, or concerns? Mr. Bruce.
Okay. Hi. Well, it's just a very brief follow-up to your question, which is, I mean, in some ways, just the issue that you're raising raises, I don't know if it's the central issue, but one of the most central issues, at least in looking at questions to do with policing in South Africa, which is, you know, the question about resourcing of police and the scale at which it's possible to provide the type of services that one looks to the South African Police Service to provide. So, you know, many of us have sort of are accustomed to thinking of these things in terms of models of policing that exist in much more affluent countries than our own. And but in some ways, you know, my feeling is that South Africa hasn't really begun to really think properly about this kind of question about, you know, really what kind of society are we, and you know, what type of model of policing can we develop that is better aligned with, you know, which is just more realistic in terms of the type of resources that we have and so on. So, you know, I'm inclined to think that, you know, there's a need for us to really seriously rethink this kind of question, and, you know, who knows where we might go if we do start to going in that direction. Okay, thanks. So I need to switch something off here.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bruce.
Right.
Chief Harris?
So, well, first, good morning. And I guess I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Wayne Harris. I'm a retired Deputy Chief of Police from the United States. And I was fascinated by Professor Kenneth, and one of the things that stuck out to me was how very similar policing is everywhere in the world, and how unfortunately policing is historically a very difficult industry to change. And also, unfortunately, it's been cyclical in that in its history, it has subjugated its constituents, and it has also been supportive of its constituents. And in American history, it has been both. And unfortunately, here in South Africa, it has also been the case. So as we're sitting here today talking about, American policing and South African policing, I thought it was interesting, to hear him talk about, what had occurred or what's been occurring in Cape Town. And I'm sure we're going to talk about what's been occurring here in Johannesburg, but I'm hoping we can, speak equally as honestly about what's occurred in the United States in terms of our American history and how we messed up an awful lot of things in our country, and how American policing was used to keep down people of color, especially for enslaved people that were returned to plantations. I'm hoping we can talk more about community policing and what that actually means. Unfortunately, in the United States, we tossed that out a number of years ago without any real explanation as to what community policing really means. But I was encouraged to hear him talk about community groups and putting together partnerships and actually building collaboration to build strategies to bring down things like crime and violence. That's how we make these changes occur. So I just kind of wanted to say good morning and say that I'm encouraged that the similarities that I'm hearing as to what's occurring in Cape Town at least provides a path for me forward. So thanks.
Thank you, Chief Harris.
If I may.
Dr. Delaney.
Good morning, everyone. One thing that I found fascinating was when he was talking about the political acumen, and he talked about government and politics moving themselves out of the way. In fact, if you think about how policing traditionally were in the past and even probably up today, it's highly influential from the government, from policies. But what motivates them? What motivates a community to acquiesce to the government or to rules when we are under social control? But to go to your question, I think the community can make those decisions. I think the community is pretty much intelligent enough with the government, because we do need the government. We do need police because there are some people who are asocial. There are some people who would do things that are just not right. And I know people don't like to hear this, but there are some people just plain evil. And that's just what it is. And we have to be truthful about that. But when I look at communities who are serious about growing and developing and economic development, that transcends governments, that transcends race, gender, and any other label that you want to put out there. People want to live in a vibrant community for the large part. And I'm not saying this is a general statement for everyone, but I think that when people work together and they create their agenda, and the government work with the people and acknowledge the wishes of the people, I think you can see a more vibrant and a more robust community. So I think it can be effective if people are willing to listen. And you can't police culture. Learn the culture. I see a lot of police officers go into new areas and they're not even familiar with the language, the linguistics, the symbols and things that happen in different diverse cultures and communities. But good question.
Dr. Williams.
Yes, again, thank you for inviting me today. This is a great meeting. It was an interesting question, and I just wanted to add to the conversation that COPS in America stands for Citizens on Patrol. So it's supposed to be a collaborative piece between citizens and police in order to go and solve crime. And in South Africa, one of the things that I'm fascinated by, that I see in terms of community policing and citizens on patrol, we have load shedding in this country. And I'm always fascinated when I come to an intersection that's experiencing load shedding and I see the trust that's granted to other citizens who aren't police officers. They're not sworn officers. They're out there directing traffic. And the people have granted them the authority to allow them to do so. And at the same time, they're committed every day on certain corners in this great nation to be out there to commit to the fact that they want to go and preserve safety, public safety. They commit to putting on road guard vests without any formal authority, but the citizens relinquish control to them to allow there to be a process. In America, that could never happen. I can tell you that. There would be, if lights went out in New York City or Boston or Miami or any major city, LA, you'd have people probably shooting each other at traffic signals because they wouldn't have the courtesy, maybe, they wouldn't have the fortitude to allow someone to be granted the authority that has no power, no real authority. So in South Africa, in terms of community and policing, you have something special. And I just wanted to make sure I noted that.
Thank you, Detective Williams. Any other questions, comments, concerns? Yes, sir.
Thank you. Good day, my name is Dale Hine, SAPS. So I think the presentation and the comments made obviously open a large can of worms, especially from our perspective as well. And some of the things that you've raised or commented on do beg some questions or things that need to be looked at. And some of them are like policing in a violent society is an issue that South African Police Service is facing and how to deal with it. And you brought up the stats that the community doesn't have much trust in the police, but the vice versa is also true. The police don't actually have a lot of trust in the community either. 2 years ago, for example, police station was attacked, members were killed, and firearms were taken out of the police station. These are the types of incidences that the South African Police Service deal with on a day-to-day basis. So the question also then comes to question is, how do we also correct that, where the police also enhance the relationship with the community in terms of our trust towards the community? But it also brings in a whole plethora of questions coming in afterwards with regards to what were the comments like policing culture in South Africa. So how do you change a culture of policing in a violent society again? How do you bring about professionalism and demilitarization when police are on a day-to-day faced with guns on the streets and you want to demilitarize? Then also, I think if you look at the National Development Plan, which speaks both to professionalism and demilitarization, it mentions it, but it doesn't tell us how to do it. So we've scoured around, we've looked, we've researched, and the question comes up, so what do you actually mean by demilitarize? To what extent must SAPS go in terms of demilitarization? To what extent do you want professionalism to take place within the organization? And when you talk to professionalism, what do you talk to actually? Do you want us to upgrade our qualifications? Do you want us to improve on service delivery? Or do you want us to do all of that? So the organization after a while becomes overwhelmed with all of this. And then obviously we need guidance and direction, which very often we don't get. We more play to political tunes, as was indicated earlier as well. So I think those are the things that you need to take into consideration as well when looking at policing in South Africa. Thank you, sir.
Absolutely, Chief.
Can I know who everyone is? Because it would help me a great deal if, and here's why I'm saying this. I don't want you guys, and I'm getting the sense that you guys are the South African Police Services here. I really don't want you guys to get the sense that we're going to be talking about you all the time, because quite honestly, if you guys are having problems with the violent society and, being struck against by, people striking out against the police, a couple of years ago in the United States, we were besieged after George Floyd the incident with George Floyd. So everything that was happening to you guys was absolutely happening to us. But my question also remains because I don't know who anyone else over here is. And then for me, it would be just great if I could understand who all of us were. So is it possible we could just kind of go around the room and just get a sense as to who we all are?
Well, let's try it and be mindful of time because Detective Williams is up next. So let's start here.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to take your time.
Let's start briefly with Chief Inslee.
Antoine Inslee, currently here in Johannesburg, former police chief.
And Wayne Harris, retired deputy chief from Rochester, New York Police Department.
And Ken Williams, retired homicide detective, Brockton Police Department, Massachusetts.
Well, thank you. And I'm Dr. Asada Malik, African Center for the Study of the United States. Kabaso, over to you. Yes.
Thank you. It's my honor and privilege this morning to introduce Detective Ken Williams, who's a retired former Boston area homicide detective. Today, he is one of the leading experts on police reform and police use of force in the country. He is retained by civil rights attorneys to evaluate and render unbiased opinions in officer-involved shootings and other civil and criminal matters. He has been featured as a public speaker at law schools and community forums across the US. He has also appeared as a subject matter expert in print and television media. He appeared on NBC's Black and Blue with Tony Harris, appeared on CNN, HLN as an expert contributor to the Nancy Grace Show. He has performed a riveting TEDx talk entitled Follow-Up to Ferguson, Detectives False Claims Act Lawsuit Could Reform Policy in America. And he was also the use of force expert at the 13th Annual San Francisco Public Defenders Justice Summit. He once held a private training for more than 60 attorneys at the San Francisco Public Defender's Office concerning expert witness case review analysis. He also provided an unbiased case review of the physical evidence in the Michael Brown case. Detective Ken Williams, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Part of what I'm going to talk about today, of course, is community policing, but I think for folks in South Africa to understand some of the history, it will be important to cover that. As a general sense, community policing involves police departments that follow good practices. They train their officers, they develop sound policies, and they allocate resources appropriately. And this is all to ensure public safety and to prevent abuses in encounters between police and citizens. Unfortunately, that's the print. But unfortunately, in America, patterns and practices of positive interactions in community policing practices are often absent in neighborhoods of color. But those same practices that are the best practices are prevalent in predominantly white neighborhoods. That's the reality in America. These discriminatory practices are known as racial profiling, the selective enforcement of laws against people of color specifically, and not similarly situated white offenders. And there's also the issue regarding stop and frisk in America, and that involves policies that have resulted in the disproportionate effect on certain communities where people of color coming in contact with law enforcement officers and the criminal justice system at a far greater rate than white folks. So what's the significance of that? Today, 1 in 5 African-American males have been incarcerated. White men in America are incarcerated at a rate of 1 in 17. But it gets a little worse because if you look at the statistic, 300 million Americans, 15% of that 300 million represent African Americans. So African Americans are overemphasized in the system, the penal system. Ending racism and discrimination in policing with incremental reforms simply has not worked. Reducing police violence requires accountability, community oversight of police, and may even require the police to lose their indemnification shields in America before there's any real transformative change in policing. So what is indemnification? Indemnification in America means that police officers are virtually always never found responsible for their misconduct that violates the rights of citizens. It means that when plaintiffs prevail in lawsuits alleging civil rights violations by law enforcement officers, that law enforcement officers almost never satisfy a punitive damage award. They almost always never have to reach into their own pockets. And the communities that are over-policed and victimized by civil rights violations, discrimination, and the over-policing strategies, those same poor neighborhoods, those same poor citizens have their taxes increased to pay those fines or those civil judgments. Communities of color keep raising the widespread indemnification for qualified immunity issue to their municipalities, to the federal government, to the local governments regarding these punitive damages under 42 U.S.C. 1983 as a way to remedy longstanding police misconduct, civil rights violations, and abuses under the color law, but in the many senses they are ignored. Public safety encompasses the freedom from police violence. And to achieve such an end requires data collection by the federal government, by local governments, enforcement of misconduct, and it should also require legal accountability at the state and local level for misconduct. Until we get to that level of commitment, there probably cannot be any change. So let me go through the history real quick so that we can understand how long the pattern and practice has been in place in America. Back in colonial period, 1641, Massachusetts, there were 13 colonies, Massachusetts being one of the first colonies. In 1641, there was a body of liberties that was a legislative act that was passed. Out of nearly 100 sections to the law that separated Black from white folks enjoyed freedom, liberty, pursuit of happiness. 100% of the Black population enjoyed Section 91 of the law. And it said, quote, There shall never be any bond, slavery, villanage, or captivity. Captivity means jail amongst us unless it be lawful captives taken in just wars. The law itself specifically addressed how it treated Africans being forced to immigrate to America. And it says, and such strangers as willingly sell themselves or are sold to us. The Declaration of Independence, which was ratified in 1776, speaks to two different issues. One was, do you continue to have enslavement, jailing of people without a crime, or do you present freedom to all and equality? On July 2nd, 1776, the Congress voted to declare that the country should celebrate its independence. 2 days later, it ratified the text of the Declaration, and in the last draft, the Declaration, which in its first draft condemned slavery, the final version removed those words. What's the significance? It underscores the constant contradiction in history throughout the timeline between America's beliefs and her actions. The Declaration declared that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, and that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But yet African Americans were stripped of such rights. Post-revolution, 1783 to 1861, there was a young man by the name of Coke Walker. He was a 28-year-old enslaved African American male. He lived in Worcester County, Massachusetts. He exercised his freedom and ran away from a white kidnapper, Nathaniel Jennison. Because Black people need allies in order to go and straighten this mess out, Mr. Walker in 1783 was represented by prominent attorneys Levy Lincoln and Caleb Strong, and Walker brought civil suit against Jennison to win his freedom and to obtain civil damages, the first ever in the country, for the crime of assault and battery against a Black man. After a jury trial, Walker won his freedom and 50 pounds were awarded, which is equivalent to 1,189 rands in damages back in 1783. That same year, Nathaniel Jennison was also indicted on criminal charges of assault and battery against Mr. Walker. Jennison was tried in 1783 before a Worcester County jury, and this is after the American Revolution. And with the Supreme Judicial Court and its jury, they found Mr. Jennison guilty. The significance in the outcome of the Walker case is that it abolished slavery in Massachusetts in 1783. But the court underscored that any crime and conviction, slavery equals captivity by being jailed. So we then go into 1850s, where there are free states and jail states. We have the passage of the Fugitive Slave Act of 1850. The significance is that any African American, whether with or without freedom papers, they could be kidnapped in any jurisdiction in America by a so-called constable, deputy, sheriff, or federal agent, a law enforcement officer, and jailed without any due process rights by being brought back to a state that was a slave state and put into a plantation, a jail. No African Americans were free at any time during this period. It didn't matter if you had freedom papers, you were not free. 1801 to 1900, African Americans started leaving America. 200 years ago, African American men, women, and children left the United States. They established a settlement in the Republic of Liberia. And according to the State Department, the US State Department, roughly 16,000 African Americans immigrated from the United States to Liberia during that 19th century. The significance is that during the 19th century, African Americans migrated to unfamiliar places in order to escape white prejudice. It remains unclear how many migrated during the 20th century or what those numbers look like today, because if you try to research it, good luck trying to find those numbers. Passage of the Fugitive Slave Act of 1850 the law, order, and enforcement under stop, question, and frisk, and the return of enslaved people to their so-called white owners created tension to the point where America became embroiled in civil war by 1861. The Civil War of 1861 to 1863 resulted in 600,000 people being killed in America. Roughly 200,000 Black men joined the ranks of the Union Army to fight against the folks, the Confederates, who wanted to keep the system of imprisonment of Black folks. The South lost. Out of the outcome of that, there was the 13th Amendment, which is a change to the Constitution that said it forbids chattel slavery unless there's a crime, a prosecution, conviction, and punishment. So the 1 in 5 Black men who are incarcerated as a statistic today, most of them for low-level non-possessionary offenses, non-violent offenses, they're put back into slavery. The 14th Amendment confers equal protection and due process under the color of law. And the 15th Amendment prohibits discrimination in voters' rights. The significance is that racism and oppression motivated many free Black Americans to look to freedom and equality overseas, and that struggle for equality continues to today. So now we have post-Civil War. In the South and North, exclusion, segregation, and discrimination against Blacks in employment, voting, housing, healthcare, among other areas, still persist today. The Civil Rights Movement, there are many different things that we can note, but I can't spend more than 30 minutes with you today. Brown versus Board of Education, for instance, is a landmark case in 1954 where the U.S. Supreme Court decision outlawed state-sponsored school segregation and was nothing short of a reconstruction of American ideals. The groundbreaking legislation barred discrimination in key American institutions. So the era of equality then, after Jim Crow, after the Civil Rights Movement, is 1965 to present. We have to go and look backwards and say to ourselves, what are the patterns and practices of law enforcement accountability, and what does it look like today based on the past? 1972, shortly after the monumental civil rights, passage of equal opportunity, trying to lower fences between us versus them, color. We then had the war on drugs in 1972, signed by Nixon. The war on drugs has led to the mass incarceration for nonviolent, low-level crimes, possessionary crimes of Black people. Because statistically, there are more white people than Black people in America, the over-policing of Black Americans has resulted in 1 in 5 Black men being incarcerated and only 1 in 17 white men being incarcerated. But yet, both groups use drugs equally. The US DOJ in 1994, under the COPS Grants program, was tasked by Congress to investigate patterns and practices of excessive force and other police misconduct. And the caveat was, if a police agency, police department wanted grants from the federal government, then they had to comply with being non-discriminatory in their actions going forward. The way police departments circumvent that, of course, is if there's a settlement to a claim of discrimination or civil rights violation, there's not a finding of abuse. President Obama's 21st Century Policing Report in 2015 was meant to build trust and legitimacy, create policy and oversight of police departments, build community policing and crime reduction, provide money for training and education, and also ensure officer wellness and safety. In 2024, we're now just reaching a new layer of accountability in law enforcement in America. Under the National Law Enforcement Accountability Database, pursuant to the executive order of February 16, 2024, Biden's executive order, other executive branch federal law enforcement agencies will report data for their law enforcement officers within the database. And the database will include records of instances of misconduct for current and former federal law enforcement officers. At the local levels, that's for federal officers. At the local level, you have states that are enacting similar databases that go back, reach back 7 years, record officers' personnel files with respect to complaints lodged by citizens. So we're entering a new phase, which is maybe if you have more information about the people who are being hired, maybe if you have more information that is now public knowledge about some of the complaints that are being filed against certain individuals in law enforcement, maybe you can stop the pattern and practices of misconduct by police officers. At the same time, I would suggest, maybe here in South Africa and the USA, another layer. Another layer would be to encourage at the training level, when someone begins their career in law enforcement, how to blow the whistle on the corrupt police officer that works within their agency. Too often at this time, especially in America, what really upsets the community is they see excessive force play out in the video. The excessive force is apparent. The officers that stand around who have a duty to serve the public do nothing to the officer who has committed a crime in front of them. If we can get to the point where officers, I'm a former member of law enforcement. I have blown the whistle on other police officers. I have arrested other police officers. I have testified against other officers. I lost my job doing so. But I would not change that at all because that is my character and my reputation. It is important that Black men especially recognize that since 1965, 1964, they are tasked with rooting out this type of situation that has plagued the history that I have presented, American law enforcement. That is your responsibility, Black men in America. Your responsibility is to police the police and help bring us into a new era where discrimination, racial profiling, selective enforcement, excessive force, and civil rights violations are on the decline. If you go along to get along with a system that is corrupt, you are corrupt. I turn the balance of my time back to the floor.
Thank you so much, Detective. Any questions, comments, concerns? I have a question. I was actually having this discussion with a colleague who just walked in the room, former Officer Paul Williams. And he mentioned that when, as an officer, if you see something that is done improperly or incorrect, and you whistle blow, next time that you're in a situation where you need backup, they may not come as quickly as is that part of the nature of policing, and how do you address that?
There's two issues. There is that issue where you are now isolated, right? But there's the bigger problem. If you blow the whistle within your police agency, you're actually doing your job. Let's say you report the abuse up the chain to internal affairs. You've now turned yourself in to the very people who are going to turn themselves on you. In order to blow the whistle properly, you should be going out to the public to address what the issue is inside the agency, because the public has a right of concern as to what is occurring in the agency. Those officers, many of them that blow the whistle internally, they find themselves isolated. They find themselves in that situation now. They're placed in jeopardy. They have no civil action usually against the agency because a judge will turn to them and say, well, what's your job, officer? What was your policy at the time? And the officer's doing everything right. They're following the policy to the letter. They're not supposed to talk to the public about internal issues. They're supposed to report it up the chain of command. But at the same time, the policy is cutting their throats.
So can I, because I was the victim of this. In fact, I just talked to a law of government class at a public high school last week about this, and the question came up. And the problem with this is that in our academies, we teach our recruits to do exactly as Ken is describing, to stop a police officer from doing something wrong for a couple of reasons. One, it'll make a situation worse, okay? And two, it will cause distrust on the part of the community towards the law enforcement or the police agency that's serving them. So in July of 1990, I responded to a fight call. And I got to it, it was a block party, was screaming hot. Got there, 2 officers were arresting an individual, black man down on the street. There was a large crowd out there and they didn't need me because there were 2 officers already arresting this black man, 2 white officers who were arresting him. And I started to just try to hold the crowd back. And as I was doing so, they were saying, Wayne, they don't have to kick this man in the head. They don't have to, do what they were doing. And I was saying, they're not doing anything. They're just trying to get him into custody. And as I turned around, there was one officer with his foot up on this black man's head. So I turned around and I moved his foot off this guy's head. And I was like, let's just get this guy out of here because this crowd is getting ready to stomp us to pieces. And unfortunately, my actions, although proper, weren't appreciated by one of the officers that was trying to arrest this guy. And this officer happened to be an academy classmate of mine who received the same training that I received. He went at me, I went at him. Now, we didn't physically fight, but we were 2 officers arguing out there in the middle of the street in front of this entire crowd. Now, my sergeant separated us. And from that point on, I was ostracized on the streets. I could not get a backup. They accused me of having everything in the world stolen. 2 weeks later, I stepped out with a burglary suspect. I tried to get the air. I've been looking for this guy for 2 weeks because he was so high on cocaine. He had been wearing the same clothes he had been wearing forever. And when I couldn't get the air, no one would come to back me up. I stepped out with him anyway. All I really wanted to do was talk to him. And when he went to run, I went to close the distance. What I didn't see was that he had a full 40-ounce bottle of beer in his hand. And for those of you that don't know, in the United States, they sell beer in 40-ounce bottles. They're very tall and they're very heavy. And he hadn't opened it up yet. And when I went to close the distance, he hit me in the face with this 40-ounce bottle of beer. It shattered my nose. And we began to fight. He took off and ran through this housing projects, and I took off and chased him until I couldn't chase him anymore because I couldn't breathe. And one of my other academy classmates found me and threw me in the back of a police car and took me up to the hospital. And as I laid in the hospital, the staff duty officer who was in charge of the department when the chief is off duty came and said, listen, Wayne, you did a great job. We're going to send you to headquarters because that's where they send people that are injured for light duty as you're recovering from an injury. What he didn't tell me was that my captain, because of the incident that had happened 2 weeks before, involuntarily transferred me to headquarters permanently because I had had the audacity to speak out against a white officer that was standing on the head of a black man. That's the reality of doing the job properly. That's what they do to officers that do as we are told and taught to do in the academy and putting it into practice. And as we're talking about how we fix policing, that's the area that we really have to focus on. Now, by the way, later on in my career, once I achieved the rank of sergeant, one of the first things I did was request a position in internal affairs. And I spent 4 years in internal affairs, not because I wanted to get back at officers for how I was treated, because I wanted to make sure that anyone that came up through internal affairs was going to be treated properly.
Yeah, I think about the blue curtain, blue wall of silence, as they would say, from a theoretical perspective, where police officers take a code of silence and not to point out misconduct. But I do know that current agencies and inclusive of South African police services try to combat that by asking people to speak up and out against corruption. And if you don't, you can be held accountable as well. But those are words. And until you live that experience, as I did as well as you all, but I've also lived it in other industries. So I had a chance to work in different industries, and it's all the same. It may be a different scope in nature, but I see it in so many businesses and organizations. Until we as people demand excellence from each other first, and I think that starts individually, we won't really see much of a change because it'll just kind of like evolve. Sergeant I think you said Sergeant, former detective, I'm sorry. He gave us a history of policing and how it was institutionalized and rooted in the elements of slavery was introduced, etc. But those elements are still around. And there are some people who believe, in that oath, in that honor, and will stand by it. So I guess we must start here as we are in these forums, but also start by listening to the community. And when we say listen, I think active listening is a part of effective communication. We need to actively listen to the point where we affect change by actions, being action oriented.
Thank you, Dr. Delaney. Valerie?
So adding on to what you said, I also had a question because earlier you spoke about how since there's been a history and now people have been given citizenship within these countries that they did not have previously, there's been a need for incremental change in how people are treated by policing officers and how they are able to engage with people who were previously not seen as equal citizens or not seen as being equal to other people. How long does it take for incremental change? Because now, as you've spoken about Walker, about people like Rodney King, about George Floyd, even in South Africa during COVID, there was a man who was killed in Alexandra. So it's one of the black townships. But so he was killed because it was said that he was contravening the COVID lockdown legislation. But I bet you and promise you, even here in Parktown and Houghton and different suburbs which are predominantly white, there were also people doing the same thing. There were people also going outside during COVID, during lockdowns. But why is it still a point where it's seen that these people who were previously not seen as being citizens, as not being first-class citizens, if we're going to say we're going to implement incremental change of how policing address people or how police officers engage with communities, what is needed? Because there's legislation, there's different pieces of policy written to say, this is how, as a police officer, you must conduct yourself. Why? What do you think it will take to actually implement the change? Because you can't even really say it's a racial situation because, for example, last year, the man in Memphis, I think it was Tyree Nichols, he was killed by black officers as a black man. So what is it really going to take to make a change in how policing is for everyone equally, equitably?
It's a great question. You're addressing culture. And when you have culture that involves customs, in order to go and change a custom, some people, because they have intent, they knowingly know what they're doing, they're intentional about what they're doing. And that's the reason why my experience is that if you have an officer that is, for instance, I'll give you an example. An officer shows up in neighborhood A, and that neighborhood is filled with certain predominantly minority neighborhood. And Officer A treats those folks in that neighborhood a certain way. But then Officer A then travels a block away. And the neighborhood changes to another group of folks. And Officer A has a completely different attitude. completely different experience. He or she is presenting community policing at its finest. But the folks in that other neighborhood got the worst. That officer is unfit to go and serve. So we have to go back to the very beginning of who we're hiring, what backgrounds they have, and ask some of the tougher questions. Like in America, they'll ask you questions whether or not you've used drugs. You know, they'll look into your criminal background to see if you have any kind of criminal background. But they should ask you a tough question like, do you or your family members belong to the Ku Klux Klan? Have you ever been associated with a hate group? Have you ever espoused hate towards somebody? Go to your school records and ask, you know, get a sign off, get a release. Let me find out what you did in school. How do you interact with other people in your community? Because there has to be some layer of guarantee that when you get that badge and that gun, that authority that the state has granted you or the country has granted you, that you're not going to go out there and kill somebody with that authority or abuse them. So it goes back to who we're hiring, what their qualifications are. And I think some countries have instituted where there's like a 2 or 3 year training period. In America, 600 hours get you a gun and a badge to go out there and police. I think in England, it's like 24 months. And you don't have a gun and a badge. You're doing stuff like traffic details and, you know, you're shadowing somebody. If you're going to find out who's going to be the person that's going to probably abuse their trust of someone once they're granted authority, that cooling off period grants you that type of information. But great question.
I wanted to jump in here, and hopefully we can hear from the South African Police Department as it relates to the kind of the blue wall of silence. But I do want to point out, and I may be the most unlikely person to say this, that in the United States, there has been some progress made as it relates to post-George Floyd. When we look at community responders, so these community responders are unarmed, well-trained civilians who answer very low-level 911 calls. The first community responder program was started in Eugene, Oregon by a police department, right? By the police department who said, we don't need to respond to mental health calls. We don't need to respond to substance abuse calls. If there's no violence, if there's no mention of a weapon, if there's no mention of emergency medical services or need for emergency medical services, we don't need to send the police officers out there. And it moves to Denver STARS program. And now in places like Dayton, Ohio, where there was a lot of resistance initially from the police department, the biggest proponents of community responders are the police, right? Rochester, New York, Chief David Smith was, in our conversations with him, through LEAP, he was supportive of community responders. So there are progressive police departments in the United States who have heard the call post George Floyd that something else must be done in terms of the way we approach public safety. So I want to give shed that light on policing and not say that they're all. Would the South African Police Department like to mention, discuss anything about the Blue Wall size? I don't want to put you guys on the spot. I just want to see if you had enough. Want to.
I think like most policing cultures, we also have a sort of a blue wall of silence that sits there. But over the last, I would say 10 years, the South African Police Service has been striving towards defeating corruption, which for us, unfortunately, is still very prominent at our root level. But from the higher levels, we have engaged a lot with increasing our disciplinary action in introducing new policies and procedures, enhancing our anti-corruption strategies within the service as well. So those are the types of strides that the police has been implementing to try break down that blue wall of silence. Because as stories were indicated over here, police officers that do snitch on their counterparts do face trouble from their colleagues. I'm not sure if I'm overstepping here, but anyway, we've picked up in our police stations, for example, what has been happening is policing officers that go out on patrol are very susceptible to corruption. But what happens is when they get back to the police station, their colleagues are seeing they are coming in with wads of cash and are reporting this. So to defeat this, what they've done is created a pool within the community service environment. So at the end of every shift, those corrupt officers put cash into a pool and then divide it amongst everyone in the CSC, which means that you are now becoming an accomplice, which means the likelihood of you snitching on your partner is low. And that's what is now taking place within our environment to counter those issues.
Very interesting. Yeah. Make everyone culpable, right? I want to call it ingenious, but I'm not gonna say it. Yeah. Is that right? So, but I think Valerie brought up an interesting point about Tyree Nichols and Memphis. So we have partly racialized the conversation post George Floyd because it was I'm sorry. I'll stop.
I also would like to comment on a study that I've conducted there on the Western Cape, on the Cape Flats. I think if for the people from overseas, the Cape Flats is notorious for gangsterism, drug trafficking, violent crimes. But what also we've seen, for example, then we deploy people from head office, in Pretoria, as well as other provinces to make sure that these violent crimes get under control. Because the local law enforcement sometimes struggle because they are undercapacitated, and crime has become so organized on the Cape Flats, it becomes very difficult for our police officers to deal with them, the local ones. They can also become compromised also. But in order for the whistleblowing, we conducted this study, we've seen that if, and the comment was made, I think by you, by the detective here, encourage new police officers to blow the whistle on what's happening. What exactly transpired there was that when the people from the different provinces that were deployed there on the Cape Flats in order to curb violent crimes and gangsterism and all those unfortunate dark sides of life, these people booked in into the SAP24 the different items that were seized, for example, firearms. But then some of you get the crooked cops, some of them, and then what has happened is that then there was two registers: the one that was booked in, and the one and the actual one. Now the commanders saw that they say, for example, we booked in 200 rounds of illegal rounds for ammunition for firearms. Now they will say later on, no, there was only booked in 20 of this. Then they encourage their members, for example, to take pictures. I think this is a very powerful tool. This is being utilized all over in South Africa. If there's police brutality, for example, crooked cops, whatever the situation might be, then there's proof of what's happening. So, but I'm going to agree with you, encourage the new generation, make sure that blow the whistle. And also in South Africa, what makes it a little bit easier, maybe my colleague will attest to this, the Independent Policing Investigating Directorate. They are independent of the South African Police. I know the previous speaker, Professor Guinness, yeah, he also mentioned this. They are independent of the police. So you don't have to go through, for example, the police's if you feel that there's people that's going to hold you liable for what is happening, you can report it to them, and then they will treat your information sensitively. And like we've discussed in this whole meeting, is that yes, your colleagues can turn against you if you're starting to do the right thing. So yeah, thank you.
I know in America, for instance, Chief and I were just discussing it. One of the other things that has been implemented is that, like in Massachusetts, for instance, just recently in the past year, recertification and decertification of police officers, and there's a public database that any citizen can log into it and see an officer's history. Prior to that, internal affairs, if you wanted to try to get a police officer's records, it was treated as if it was a health record. It was a private information. You'd have to have a subpoena to go and try to pry it out of the hands of the police. So opening up data to the public also sensitizes the information so that the officers that are the wrongdoers may want to change their behavior in the future if they understand that they could appear in those databases from either disciplinary records or things like that. So I don't know if South Africa has something like that, but that may be something that you may want to institute as well.
Thank you. Any other question, comments, concerns? Yes, sir.
My question, I would like to pose it to the SAPS. There is a problem in the community whereby you make a call to the police station, you want to report maybe these drug dealers. So what happens is that in the township, I stand to be corrected, and maybe not all the places, you will call the police and inform them in such a house, so-and-so is selling nyawupe or crack. You know what they do when they get there? They said Sikumbuzo called us, and he told us that you guys are selling nyawupe. So they have this thing of snitching on us as well as citizens to the very same people that we're reporting about them. And why are they doing that? It's because what they do, they know the houses that are selling this nyawupe. They collect some sort of protection fees from them. So if one of their people is being reported by, say, a person like me, they're going to inform them that just be aware and be careful that Sikumbuzo on that house is busy actually calling us. And also, we don't feel safe enough to go and disclose to the police such things that are happening in our community, because the very same people are very not trustworthy. So sometimes I feel insecure to report such thing. Yes, crime is happening, you might be community patrol and all that, but sometimes you are afraid of the reprisals, that can happen. The things that can happen to you, it's just, they're not nice. And I'm hearing as if like, the way you're saying is like there are people that can protect you, as an informant, when you have such information, but I feel insecure sometimes.
I know in America, every crime that's committed out there, major crimes especially, homicides, robberies, whatever, I never solved a crime without the help of a citizen. I was not present probably 99% of the time when a crime was committed. And trying to ensure the safety of the citizen that reports a crime, you raise an important issue, which is that there is always risk for everybody, right? But at the same time, the process relies on good citizens, good cops to work together to go and try to combat crime. And if the citizen and the cops aren't working together in the community, chances are very good that the criminal element likes that type of situation because they thrive in it. So it's just something to think about, and there's always a personal issue of, a level of, whether or not you feel comfortable with the people who are the police. And that's a trust issue between officers in the community. So you raised some excellent points.
There's also, as technology grows, there are ways of passing information along so that your identity or your place of residence doesn't necessarily have to be passed along to relate that information, just to safeguard you and make sure you remain safe. So I would encourage municipalities and agencies that operate within that municipality to work together to develop that technology so that information can be passed along, that Crime Stopper information can be passed along, to make sure that information can be passed along safely, to make sure that the citizens can be and remain safe and feel safe. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, not at all, not at all. Hello, can everybody hear me? Something that I was looking into at the latter part of my career was, we talk about policies. I came from a CALIA. One of the 3 departments I worked in was a CALIA accredited department, nationally accredited, for those that don't know what CALIA is. So we had all these great policies and everything else. But the one thing that I noticed we did not do was focus on mental health of police officers. And
often we talk about officers needing training, we talk about improving our background process, which are all great things, but I'll give you an example. My first department that I worked at was on the US-Mexico border. And what we dealt with a lot there was international crime with Mexico's drug cartels. And to get into a shooting in that city was not uncommon. And half of us were military, so it was just kind of like something we already knew how to do. But the one thing we didn't know how to do was, on a mental level, come back down. And something that I realized is a lot of use of force issues and what have you, a lot of officers were already struggling with mental health. I mean, as a police officer, you go out and you see the worst in people every single day, right? Trauma to women, trauma to kids, trauma to just people in general. But then there's no counseling, there's no assistance, there's no, hey, you know what? We're going to set you aside for a couple months to decompress. And I think that that's a lot of contributing to a lot of problems in policing. And it's something that I just don't think that police chiefs either are taking very serious, or the conversation around mental health with police officers is just not strong enough. Not to mention, why is it that when you're given trust as a police officer, right, you go through, at least in Texas, you have to go through a psychological review. Why do we not have psychological reviews every 2 years or every 3 years, right? Why do we not have health and fitness standards to ensure that the police officers that are policing are in good condition, have their minds right? Because when you take somebody that is unhealthy emotionally or mentally, they're going to go out and they're going to be destructive. There's going to be something that triggers them. And then you'll have incidences like that. I don't know what they called themselves, the goon squad from Tennessee that killed that black man for no other reason. I think he was dating somebody's girlfriend or something. It just, why? And that's my biggest question. And then on top of, I was asked a question years ago at an FBI leader course. Why do we continue to hire people with 1980s, 1990 standards when we're 3-4 generations past that? Why are we not looking at the very people who we need to police today, and how we connect with them, how they connect with people, and so forth? That was.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Time, yes. Okay.
Thank you so much. I'm going to first try to answer your question, sir. Your original remark was sometimes you want to report to the police. There's certain drug dens that is close by, but then there's crooked cops inside the organization that will say, neighbor so-and-so called us, so you must make sure. What I usually suggest, and yes, you are correct, you get, unfortunately, police officers that are on the wrong side of law. Like my colleague said also, they are busy dealing with these people. But usually that Crime Stop, you can phone the Crime Stop line. Also, if you're struggling with a particular police station, or you feel that you don't get the service, or that you feel threatened in a way that you're going to report crime, then write to the provincial commissioner or contact the provincial commissioner of that. For example, are you in Gauteng? Yes, the provincial commissioner of Gauteng. And then you inform that person accordingly. And then you can also demand from that person that they employ people from crime intelligence to infiltrate and see who's the people that is busy with these these improper sort of behavior that's aligned with the criminals. Okay. And then I would also like to make a comment on this. What's happening in the South African Police Service? There's a lot of they employ psychologists, social workers, chaplains also, in order to look after our people. I was for a long time the national commander of suicide prevention and trauma management of the organization. So what happens just in a nutshell, I know we don't have a lot of time on this, but after any sort of traumatic incident, there's a formal trauma debriefing for each police officer, free of charge during office hours, as well as for their immediate families. There's also counseling services, once more free of charge for these people, because we've seen, for example, police officers are struggling with post-traumatic stress disorder, anxiety disorders, depression, substance abuse. Then is there, for example, if there's substance abuse, we've got the social workers. So there is a lot of help for the police officials out there in South Africa. And then also they've got this fitness policy that was launched, I think 2015 or 16 by a previous national commissioner. Then once a year, all of us get evaluated physically in order to see if we meet the standards of this. Thank you.
So I just thank you for bringing that up. And I speak an awful lot about officer wellness. I'm happy that President Obama's 21st Century Policing Report spoke about officer wellness as the final pillar. The reality is, and this is across the board, wherever a police officer is here in South Africa, there's not a police officer on the planet that walks away from this career unscathed. It's just, they just don't. I don't care if they do it for a day or if they do it for 30 years. I spent a little over 30 years doing this job. If you put a badge on your chest and you go out and do this job, whether it's the trauma that you experience vicariously through the people that you interact with on a day-to-day basis, or it's the trauma that you experience from what you experience, what happens to you. And I speak frequently about this. I talk about the incidents that I carry with me, stuff that I saw, the stuff that happened to me. If we don't take care of our officers and make sure that they're physically, emotionally, and psychologically prepared to do this job, none of our communities will be healthy wherever we're doing this job. So it's critically important. I'm very, very happy that you guys are taking care of your officers the way that you are. We need to do the same. We are not doing that in the United States to any degree at all. In the United States, for those of you that don't know, the only way we really take care of our officers is following a critical incident. You know, if we get involved in a shooting in the United States, we mandate that officer goes to, you know, a psychological evaluation immediately following. And then perhaps 2 weeks following that, or maybe a month or a year following that. What we're proposing and what a lot of municipalities are proposing now is a more regular psychological evaluation or emotional evaluation, just to make sure, just to take the pulse of that officer to see how he or she is doing. In the United States, we are failing in that regard at an abysmal level. So I'm really thankful that we're talking about this. Thank you for bringing that up. I'm glad you guys are doing a much better job of it than we are, and something that I'm going to bring back home. So thank you.
If I may.
And I just wanted to echo what Chief was saying. I mean, when I was in my career, over 100 guns taken off the street from individuals, shot at twice in the line of duty, had to escalate to the use of deadly force myself. So the job is tough, right? But at the same time, when I look back on all that, not once did anyone come over to me and say, "Are you okay?" Right? Not once. Not once. And the problem with PTSD, of course, is that you can underperform or overperform. Yes, with PTSD. So, great point. Thank you.
Like you said, nobody asks you if you're all right afterwards. In the South African Police Service, a person must be seen by a trained mental health professional between 24 hours and 72 hours after a critical incident. So that is in our national instructions. So that is the rules of the organization.
I just wanted to say, she mentioned about how long it takes incremental change. Last I looked a couple of years, probably about 2 years ago, it takes about 10 years for anyone to see an impact or result of a change. But if you have administrations coming in with different ideologies and different perspectives, then that affects that 10-year process. Furthermore, I believe when I looked at before I came here, looked at the legal framework for SAPS, they are headed in the right direction. I just would say keep going, keep getting involved. Like the gentleman said, they are willing to step out and say something, but you know, it's a chance that they might be outed by the very people who should be protecting them. Those elements are something that I'm sure these two gentlemen, the chief and detective, have saw all their lives, careers. But I just want to say, keep going. And this is where it brings about change by moving forward, not, you know, stagnant or going back or regressive. So I just wanted to say that.
All right, thank you, guys. In the interest of time, we will move swiftly. So, Mr. Kluma, would you mind introducing our next speaker?
Okay, thank you, colleagues. Gives me great pleasure to introduce Professor Bezuidenhout from UP, also known as TUX. Professor B holds a BA in criminology, honors degree and a master's degree in criminology, as well as a PhD in criminology and criminal justice from the University of Oxford. He is currently attached to the Department of Social Work and Criminology at the University of Pretoria, where he teaches psychocriminology, criminal justice, and contemporary criminology at undergrad and postgrad level. He is also the coordinator of the Criminology Honours Degree Program at the University of Pretoria and has supervised several postgraduate students, as well as postgraduate students in psychocriminology. Policing and youth misbehavior are some of his research focus. He has completed a cross-cultural study with an American colleague focusing on the legal and policing dilemmas of trafficking, human trafficking, and he holds a research rating from the National Research Foundation in South Africa. Over to you, Professor B.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Thank you for the invitation. I'm going to stand. I can't present well, just in my nature. I teach undergrad, postgrad, and it's classes of 700. So I can't you hear me? Yeah. Well, this one, must I switch it on? Yeah, switch it on. This one? No, it's the one next to it. That one, yeah. All right, so once again, thank you for the introduction. Many people, especially the American people, the folks there, they have a real difficult time in pronouncing my surname, Bezuidenhout. So because the Americans use the Z and we say Z, you know, there's quite a difficult thing to pronounce my surname. But in short, I'm going to chat about policing in South Africa, just an overview, some thoughts from my side, and then I'm going to talk about American policing. I've been there. I've got friends in the NYPD in different states in America as well. I've just recently finished the Fulbright Research Scholarship in North Carolina on female law enforcement in America on all levels, federal, national, down to local level. So I hope what I'm saying is not nonsense. Stop me if it's nonsense. If the percentages are not 100%, don't cry. I'm just talking in the average and ballpark figures. And if you think it's wrong, correct me. It's not an issue. We can do it afterwards. My thoughts are based on what I've seen, what I've learned, what I've researched, what I've experienced in all the police agencies. For our American colleagues, I just want to show you something about South Africa that's important in terms of our policing. You will see that's the southern tip of Africa, and that is South Africa. You will see that we have borders, coastal borders over here. We've got countries within our country, the Kingdom of Lesotho. We've got the Kingdom of Swaziland or Eswatini, and then we've got Mozambique, we've got Botswana, and we've got Zimbabwe to our northern borders. So it's a huge task for us to protect all those borders with the number of police that we have. That I'll show you just now. Importantly, with the policing is our number of police that's active. We call them operational police versus the country and the number of people we have in our country. To give you those facts just in a sort of a nutshell, and that will make sense to you. So at the southern tip, as I've said, our land surface is 1,219,090 square kilometers, 470, just over 470,000 square miles. Those are the countries that I've mentioned: Namibia, Botswana, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, the Kingdom of Eswatini, the old Swaziland, and the Kingdom of Lesotho. If you get an idea of our population, 61 million, roughly by Statistics South Africa, which we get with our census takes, but we have a number of undocumented immigrants in our country. The problem that you have currently in America at the borders in Texas and Mexico, people coming in, and we're talking about thousands. I remember when I was there, thousands per day sometimes, but the number is also unclear. What's going to happen with that? We can start to tell you with illegal immigrants, there's no records, there's a lot of crime going on, there's syndicates, they do illegal mining at a level because people, especially from Mozambique, are very good miners. They're in our mines. We've got approximately 50 mines that's not active where people are working as we speak, underground, and they've infiltrated operational mines as well, just to give you an idea. So it is a big issue to police. Important, what you've mentioned about America earlier, white majority. In South Africa, it's a black majority. 81.4%, according to the census, are black South Africans, right? And then to give you an idea, the white Europeans, about 7.3% in South Africa currently. That figure was about 20% in the apartheid era. So it's gone down. Many people have immigrated, especially white European people from South Africa to other countries. And then Asian, Indian, 2.7%, multiracial. We call it in our constitution, so it's not a derogatory term, it's called colored people, 8.2%. We have 12 official languages, which make things very difficult for the police to communicate. When they get to a scene, it's difficult in the court system, and it's difficult in our correctional or prison system. But then the other, so 9 of them are black languages. There's different ethnic groups, and they have their own issues towards each other, which I will elaborate about later. And then 3 other languages in our country, Afrikaans, English, and sign language has now also been accepted officially as a language in our country. Right. I'm just going to chat about the South African police quickly, then we'll go to some accountability issues, and then we'll go to the American system and we'll compare it, and then I'll be finished. Very important, before 1994 in South Africa, you know the apartheid system. It was a South African police. They were militarized and was also in a sort of a hierarchical system, and there were different other police agencies around us in some of the neighboring countries that worked with them. But in 1994, as you know, Mr. Nelson Mandela said, never again a militarized police service. We want a service for the people. A police system that must change completely. Remember now, you can change the thinking and the dogma, but you don't change the personnel. With the police subculture, you're going to have trouble. So they demilitarized it, insignia, uniforms, cars, because they changed the color of the vehicles in the old apartheid system. Over here, just outside Johannesburg, in Soweto, the people will tell you, it was called the Casper. It was an anti-personnel mine vehicle that had a lime yellow color, and they hated that color. They associated the police with that color, and that changed. So most of the police vehicles changed into a white color. Ranks changed from general and brigadier, the so-called military ranks, to superintendent, right? And then the people started joking and said, but do these guys work at businesses or in the hospital? Why do you call them a superintendent? Why do you call them a director? Or do they work for business? So there was this thing already with the rank change that people did not respect it. And by 2008, because of crime rates going up and up and up, some of the politicians started talking about the ranks, and they changed it from 2008 to 2012. They said, we're going to remilitarize. So they demilitarized after apartheid 1994 till about 2008, and then the police remilitarized in South Africa. Changed the ranks back to the militarized ranks, right? A lot of confusion. Now it's general again, and brigadier and major and so on. So you've got your military ranks back, thinking that the lower rank police officials will respect their seniors and the superiors. Remember again, I'm emphasizing the police culture, and that didn't really work for them. Roughly, we have about 1,159 police stations as we speak. There might be less or more right now. They are currently building more police stations, new ones in key areas or so-called red areas. I just want to emphasize something, that some of our police stations don't have computerized systems in them. They don't even have flashing toilets. Some of our police stations in the rural areas, right? And we also have a problem with some of our police stations that they sort of lock up at night. There's not enough personnel, right? And if it's in a rural area, if there's a problem on a farm, we've got lots of farm attacks and things like that, they'll check in it on tomorrow. Another thing is police are led into all kinds of situations. Let's take Alexandra, for example. If there's a serious issue, some police don't go in at night. It's too difficult. They might be ambushed, right? So they don't go in. So that's one of the challenges some of our police are facing. Please understand, we have a lot of corrupt police, but on the same thing, we have very good police officials as well in our country. So unfortunately, it's a big issue for some police. The whistleblowing is a big issue. You don't talk on the police. There's even death squads within the police that take out politicians, taxi leaders, and some of their own colleagues. All right, if they talk, or if somebody wants to talk about a link or get into the system and so on, the corrupt system. The hierarchical system of the police. That's the problem, and I'll show you it's a difference with the Americans later on. We've got a hierarchical system. You've got a minister of police, you've got a commissioner of police, he's got some advisory capacity, vice commissioners, then a commissioner in each, a provincial commissioner in each of the 9 provinces in South Africa. For the American colleagues, if you want to try and compare the size of South Africa, the easiest way to do it is take 2 states of Texas and a bit. You take Texas and you take another Texas and a bit, then you've got the size of South Africa. That will give you an idea of what we're doing. We've heard about the IPID, the Independent Investigative Directorate of the Police. Sorry, colleague, I do not agree with you. Our problem is that IPID is running under the mother department, is under the Minister of Police. Listen carefully. IPID is under the Ministry of the Police, so it's not independent. In 2022, it is in our development plan 2012 that the President will identify the new Commissioner of Police. What happened in 2022? The Minister of Police identified the new Commissioner. So there's a lot of political ball play going on still, and still with IPID as well. Even if in high-ranking officers, high-ranking politicians that's linked, you know, there's a lot of political chess games going on. So they are not 100% independent. That's something that I'm begging for, that we get it completely independent. From a civilian point of view and a legal side, then your IPID might be more independent. But they are there, they are good independent investigators, they are trying, but they are investigating thousands of cases of corruption and police brutality. We are paying out millions in terms of civilian claims. All right. They try to be, let's say, as effective as they can, but the big problem is the political influence in their activities. And that's what I've said. The big problem, you'll see it in red there, it's still under the Ministry of Police. And I think that is the weakest link we have with the watchdog on the police. All right, Dr. King, you can go to the next slide. In 1994, as you know, community policing is something that was introduced in America, UK, Australia, different countries, Singapore, South Korea, but it's not really working in South Africa. We use the European model and an American influence, try to implement community policing. Many believe in scholars in community policing science that it's actually old wine in new bottles, because there's many police agencies like the Bobby on the Beat, the UK. You'll see there's different examples, neighborhood watches, or satellite police stations, foot patrol, so-called Bobby on the Beat, media conferences to try and increase the image of the police. That has been done before, long before community policing as a concept was introduced. We have community policing, we had it in the 93 Constitution, clearly stipulated. Then it was sort of removed, just mentioned in the original 1996 Constitution of South Africa that you must have community policing forums in each policing precinct and police station. Unfortunately, it's not working effectively. Many community police initiatives are not working. The community does not like the police. There's a problem between community and the police. That's why in South Africa, many community members, because they don't trust the police, take law into their own hands. We've got vigilante justice of note in our country. Outside here in Joburg, you can read in the newspapers while you are here, vigilante justice every weekend, where a person is sort of pinpointed, you stole a cell phone or mobile phone, you rape someone, you touched a young child, and they kill him. No judge or jury, it's called a kangaroo court in South Africa. They'll kill the person by beating him up, they'll throw him with rocks, or they put a tire around him and burn him with a tire, right? Kangaroo court. So it's right in South Africa because they don't trust the police. Many police officials in their community is involved with these gangsters and problem issues in their communities. And that's one big issue that we really need to address in South Africa is the police-community relationship. The police are doing a lot of stuff to up their image, but it's the trust issue, right? That's a problem. Often when a person is identified as a corrupt police official, they will ask the station commissioner to investigate or write a report. And if it's not so serious, maybe go home, paid leave for 6 months, and then come back. All right, or it's usually a problem, but I can assure you, there's many police officials that's being fired due to the corruption and the things that they are involved in. And that's also an issue. And additional to community policing as a strategy, we also implemented sector policing, where they broke down the areas where there's a police sort of more involved with his or her community, understanding the business, understanding the schools, and that also failed miserably. Because of manpower, because of resources, they revoked the first instruction. Let me put it this way. After a few of the police senior officials attended a conference overseas, they came back and they started implementing, talked about sector policing, and they started implementing it. No national instruction, no guideline. So there was a guideline in 2009, the first one, the proper one, and they revoked it again because there were some limitations and problems in the guideline. And they reintroduced sector policing in 2013 in South Africa with the hope that it will assist community policing and regenerate community policing. But sector policing also failed, and people are not really involved. I think it's maybe a South African, and if I may call it, not a sickness, but a tendency rather, that people don't want to really get involved. You get a few pockets of excellence, but if you look at the South African community, there's a lack of enthusiasm for people to get involved. They're easy to point fingers at the police and the private security. By the way, for our American colleagues, our police are outnumbered 4 to 7 times in certain places by private security. I know private security is picking up in America now as well, but our police are outnumbered 4 to 7 times with private security, even more in some places. So that didn't work. And the challenges, as I said, resources, enthusiasm, people's involvement to get involved with these strategies, community policing, sector policing. One of the biggest problems that we found in our research was that there was a lack of internal knowledge within the police about these strategies. You implement the strategies, but the police commissioner, the people on station level, they weren't even given a proper in-service training to understand the strategies. Now you implement it from top. Remember I said we are a hierarchical system. Minister, commissioners, and then it goes down. And when we say it must be implemented with instruction, it must be implemented. And that's it. And that's one of the biggest challenges we face. Dr. King, can we go to next? All right. Police accountability, it's something that you said, it's here. Right? I've got American colleagues that blew the whistle and they lost their position. I know exactly what you're talking about. There's a corruption going on in America as well. And once you blow the whistle, they come for you. They target you. They work you out. Same here in South Africa. Now they've got new strategies to involve everybody, almost like we call it a Stokvel system in South Africa. Everybody's going to share, right? So this is nice. So you just keep your mouth shut and you go with the flow. All right, so there's strategies that they do, but it's an issue because about ethics, blameworthiness, liability, your responsibility. And I also always say, if you've got integrity, and you can look in the mirror and you don't have to look over your shoulder, then we're talking good stuff. Police integrity, very important. And discretion. How do I use my discretion? If it's wrong, it's wrong. Right, but the police subculture in terms of training, we've got about 10 police academies in South Africa, and the training works like this. You guys about 600, it depends, it's different from state to state, but average about 600 or more training hours, badge, gun, and you go out. It gets more advanced and longer, state troopers, sheriffs, and so on, and FBI, and as you go along. I think something that we don't realize in South Africa, the power of arrest in South Africa only lies with the South African police. You must have a badge, you must be implemented as an official police official according to Police Act, then you've got power of arrest. No other people really have the power of arrest, not campus police, nothing. In America, campus policemen, a policeman in the tribes, the Indian tribes, they've got power of arrest. Right, so there's a huge number of people that have the power of arrest in America. We don't have that. The police are the force, the law, right? And I think that gives them a lot of freedom in terms of the badge and the gun and the ability to arrest. And that's why I say police accountability needs to be refreshed in our country. It's very important. And I think to make them professional, I'm talking about the professional police service. You know, South Korea, Singapore has exactly the same problems we have in South Africa now in our policing system. And they turned it around. You need people that say, this is it. We're cutting out all the rotten apples from the top to the bottom. And we start afresh and new. And then you'll get people that want to serve and protect. And it's professional and they like what they are doing. They want to do it. You know, in South Korea, I worked there for a while as well. The children, they recruit school children to become police officers. It's sort of a prestigious thing to be a cop in South Korea. It's like one of those top things and they get very good pay. In our system, it's top heavy. You've got lots of people here on the top and not enough people at the bottom. And these guys take about 80% of the police budget for salaries. So it's a completely unbalanced system falling over. Right, and that's something we need to address in our country. Okay, that's just a joke. The police pulled me over and asked me, you know how fast you were going? I said, obviously not fast enough because you caught me. All right, and that's sort of the thinking that many people have in South Africa. If you look how our taxi industry, the drivers, how they drive, how people ignore rules. They built in informal rules in South Africa because of the high vehicle hijacking rate. People, even in my class when I teach the students, say, sir, is it true that you do not have to stop at a red traffic light after 10 at night? I say, no, it's not true. A red traffic light is a red traffic light. You have to stop this. No. So there's these informal rules that we've developed because we have to keep ourselves safe. The way we drive, the things we do. People will park anyway. They will always go against police. The big issue in our country. And the community and the distance between the police and the community is getting bigger and bigger, the problem. Now you might ask me, but you did show us the statistic on the population percentage, 81% black people. That represents the police as well. 81 plus, more actually, in the police, black police officials. So it's not that we can say it's a white-black issue or a problem. Sometimes black officers are actually more harsh with their people. And remember I said you have difficult or different ethnic groups in our country. We have a problem. People talk about racism, white, black. We have an issue with ethnicism, where you talk Xhosa versus Zulu. The Zulu will say, but that's a Xhosa Nostra. They are gangsters. The Xhosa people will say, hey, you work for the Indian guys. You're the muscle. And they'll even go with derogatory terms towards each other. So can you imagine now that police official arresting a person from another ethnic group? And there is issues. They haven't been sort of neutralized and diversity training didn't really work. So we have a lot of black on black violence in South Africa. So much so with our xenophobic attacks, some cops turned a blind eye and actually looted shops with the people. 2008, 2015, 2019, the Zuma riots. You can go and have a look. You don't trust me, you can say, no, you're talking nonsense. Go and read if you don't trust me. It's there. It's on black and white. Dr. King, thank you. Right. I'm saying the USA police at a distance. I call it policing at a distance because with the force and driving around in a car all the day, all the time, something I want to emphasize, we don't have really visible policing anymore, but there's a reason for that. I'll tell you just now what the problem is. You don't really see police. Only if the minister say, we're going to clamp down before elections on cash and transit heists, you'll see a few vehicles at the N1 or the highway exits, we're going to do something. The police in our country is in huge trouble, and I'll tell you why. Let's go to the American system. Where I said the South African system is a hierarchical system. Minister, commissioner, provincial commissioners, and down to station level. In America, you've got close to 18,000 different police agencies, each one with his own training, each one with his own uniform, each one with his own thinking, each one with his own expectations and criteria. How can you standardize policing in America if you've got 18,000 police agencies? Impossible. How do you put your finger on management of 50 states with 18,000 police agencies? Huge challenge. And that's where standardization and disciplinary matters come, what you mentioned earlier. A problem is, usually they ask the precinct head to investigate a problem. They say, okay, you did step on the black man's head. We're going to fine you. You don't do that again. Okay, yeah, sure, 100, fine. We did reprimand you. If it's really serious, they'll escalate it up, like a Rodney King case or whatever the case might be. Then they start to escalate. But there's many other incidents like that, where a superior or a line manager investigates, give feedback, and say, we did the following. If it was serious enough and say, cheers, you fired. Look at the word that we've developed. In America, gypsy cops. Let's just go to the next state. So I was a cop there, because in some states, there's a non-release clause of information. You can't say why I left that state as a policeman, but I can come to you and say, I was a policeman in this state, can you use me? Of course. So they become gypsy cops. Some of these cops get jobs in 4 or 5 different states in America, and doing the same thing over and over again. Racism, whatever the case may be, police brutality, corruption, or whatever the case may be. So that is a big problem that America must address, to try and get to accountability and to stop the distrust that people have. The one I can just mention that in North Carolina, they have implemented laws now where they will screen people. And I think it's rolling out into different states as well, where cops will be screened, mental health, physical, and background, before you are re-employed. So that is coming, and that's a development that you've said. There's definitely developments. But the typical thing is a consent decree, a settlement, and it's finished. And that is a big problem, or a memorandum of understanding between the parties. In South Africa, something that I can mention, because of the poverty, remember, close to 60% of our people are living below the breadline. So that last part, the memorandum of understanding with money, is often okay, it's a medicine, it's a band-aid on the problem. So that's a similar problem we have. Okay, Dr. King? Right, I'm very close to finish. I just wanted to give you ruffle some feathers and some ideas about the differences. United States on the left, look at the top block, more than 18,000 police agencies. That goes from federal, national, we're talking FBI, DEA, police. There's a lot of agencies in America. We have just one police service. Then about 750,000 police officers. There's what, 320 million people in America, and counting with the immigrants that's not documented. You will find the numbers later, what will happen. In South Africa, I want to give you a figure. 2019, just before COVID, we were roughly 192,000 police members in police. In the past few years, 20,000, and that's due to different reasons. Joining private security for better salaries, or people being caught out by IPID and fired. So we've got a huge stream of police officers, and then obviously PTSD, post-traumatic stress. They board them because they go for checkups and so on. They say, no, you've got too much stress. We can see the problems, and then they board them with their pension. Now, so we've lost about 20,000 in the past few years up until 2023. Becky Chele, our Minister of Police, has introduced extra recruitment. We are recruiting roughly anything between 6,000 to 10,000 police new recruits. We've also introduced, some of the politicians have actually introduced their own police forces now, the wardens. Dr. Bruce over there will tell you more about that maybe later. But we've got new people, like you said, community representatives. So people are being identified, not properly screened according to me, trained for a short while, and they're in the streets with beautiful cars. All of them got BMWs and uniforms. So will it be effective? We might see some bigger problems coming soon with our wardens. But the bottom line that I want to show you now, so let's say we are lucky and we've got 135,000. Because of that number, about 50,000, to be honest, of people, human beings, that work for the police, but they are not sworn in police officers according to the Police Act. They are administrative personnel, mechanics, tea ladies, and so on. So that makes part out of the police population. Your operational police officers, roughly, and that's true, this is so liberal. It must be about 100,000 if we're lucky, or 90, but I'm giving the benefit of the doubt. 135,000 police officers that must police 61 million, and if I'm correct, and I stand to be corrected, I believe, and this is a projection, that there's 9 million plus undocumented immigrants in South Africa as we speak. 9 million. So add that to the 61, right? We're talking 70 million, but let's go with the Statistics South Africa official figure of 61 million people. We've got 135,000 operational police officers that must police 24 hours, 7 days in 2 shifts. Operational. Not all of them are operational because some have to work in the office, some are injured, some have got PTSD, some are ill. Our absenteeism figure is astronomical. Absenteeism is big in South Africa in the police. Divide that by 2. Let's say it's 130 divided by 2, so you've got about 65,000, 67,500 if you want to be exact. 67,500 that must police 2 states of Texas and a half, rural populations like Johannesburg, Soweto, and so on a 24-hour basis. That's why I said our police are in a huge, huge conundrum. There's huge challenges lying ahead. We don't have enough police. Visible policing is almost impossible. Specialized units were sort of cut out of the police system, and they were introduced into the police population. We can do everything. We are a one-stop shop at a police station. So our specialized units were also stopped, which is a big problem. We need those specialized units on drugs, on, especially now with the mining and so on, illegal mining going in our country. And, the immigrants coming in. So what I'm saying to you, the international standard, you can do the calculation for the Americans. I'm not going to go there just now. I get a hiding from President Biden or somebody. But the international standard is that you must have at least 7 police officials per 1,000 of your community. 7 per 1,000 of your community. Now do that calculation. Half of that, let's say 67,000, divided by 61 million. You make that little calculation. You'll see where we sit. We have one and none per 1,000 of our community. Police representing us. That's why the private industry is booming, big money. Right. So I think government must really take and refocus in terms of our policing, building them up, making them professional, helping them cut out all the rotten apples. That's very important. Right. Second one, policing in America is very fragmented and is hampered. There's the federally controlled police. They always involved. You see it in the movies. We'll take over. FBI. This is a case of national importance. So the police don't like that. I'm working in my precinct, now you take over. That's a big issue for them. We have a similar thing with our hawks that take over the more high-profile cases. The police do all the groundwork and then they take over. You know, there's also that kind of animosity that, and then that causes distrust. Then obviously the community policing thing with us didn't work so far. Sector policing as well is not as successful because the information lie within the community. But in our country, community sharing in the spoils. Where did you get this television? Brand new, high definition. No, it fell off the truck. That's a typical thing in South Africa. And everybody buys televisions, vehicles. There's so many illegal things being sold in informal settlements and in certain areas, right? Race is the issue, as you know. With us, it's not such a big issue because it's black police officials. But I've mentioned ethnicity, which is a big challenge in our policing system. Accountability in both police institutions is a big issue as well. And I remember what I told about the reprimand, or we settle and then you go for a new position, the gypsy cops in America. Fortunately, in South Africa, if you fire, you fire. Just prove you fire. Maybe you can get a job with private security, but you won't be able to come back into the police. That's the one thing of a hierarchical system and the record keeping where you can monitor someone. We unfortunately, in America, the states, you know, there's different ways they pay out. Police institutions, there's different organizations, even private institutions are sometimes involved in paying and helping the police, but for other kickbacks and turning a blind eye. In South Africa, the taxpayer is paying for police brutality. The taxpayer is paying for police wrongs. All right. So there's no uniform standard in terms of recruitment, management, the laws, but as I've mentioned, North Carolina and some other states have introduced now a law of accountability, what's saying that a national decertification index must be developed. And that's my suggestion. All states, all 50 states must have that index so that you can immediately check on a system, say, aha, no, this cop, he's brutal. Look what he's done. Sorry. So there must be no issues about that. Specific recruitment practices in South Africa, we have introduced some wonderful things where people are being screened and vetted and so on, check background. But I want to just tell you something that's, I don't know if it's funny or problematic, is Thabo Mbeki, our 2 presidents back, introduced the year of the volunteer. I think it's 2011, he introduced it, the year of the volunteer. The next day, 2 million people at the police stations, they want to volunteer now because they were said there will be some payment. And that was a wrong message. That was not what was meant. So people wanted to volunteer to become police recruits and help the police, right? And then they expected payment. And then the other police reservists said, but we also want payment. And then we put an embargo on our police reservists for a long time. So the police were not even assisted by the reservists to assist them. It's now changed. They've changed the law. They've changed the mentions and categories, and they're starting to reintroduce it slowly. But that was also a huge problem. Mental health screening is very important. The big thing that I want to mention, the police have got wonderful system, especially at head office and how they can reach out to the provinces. However, the police are still cowboys don't cry. The subculture in South Africa is big. What do? We go for alcohol and we shoot more. Right. So there's this tough thing, cowboys don't cry, and they don't go for help. And that is a big problem that we have. And then obviously professional personnel, there's also a bit of a limitation here in policing, in our correctional services in the prisons as well. You know, if you look at the ratio, it's a big challenge. So lastly that I want to mention is the silo effect, which I named there. We have a lot of problems with the silo, where people keep their information close to their chest. They don't share, and we don't work together often as different departments. And that's also something that I've picked up in America. And when it's a high-profile case, the big dogs walk in. A similar thing here in South Africa with the hawks and people, and the media, and then the politicians, they come in. So, next one, please. Okay, so that's a lot of maybe either nonsense or something that you can put in your pipe and smoke it, but I hope it contributes to an idea of the two policing systems. Thanks. Next question.
Take it off.
Yes, sir.
And I was looking at the statistics for financial year 2022 and 2023. And of course, crime is increasing and murders of police officers was, I think, 96. Did you look into that, and do you have an idea of who those murders, I guess, how is those murderers happening? Is it police on police? Is it community versus police?
Yeah, I'll give you an idea about, remember that's now police officers, you can say murder, but if the police can help me, it's roughly every year about 50 murdered in the line of duty. All right, so remember what I said about they are being sabotaged, there's all kinds of things happening in terms at night, you know, when the police go into a certain situation where the community, usually they stand together. You must understand in a cash and transit heist, if the police come in, there are 15 to 20 highly trained guys with automatic firearms, and the police walk in with a shotgun and a pistol. So it's a problem. We do have automatic rifles, but sometimes it's a cop on patrol. They don't necessarily have that weapon with them. A second factor with the police murders is that, unfortunately, some community members know that this police officer is a police officer. And even in civilian clothes, if they go, let's say they have their service pistol with them and the police can help you, they would go to a shebeen, we call it a shebeen. It's an informal bar. And some of the cops are sometimes killed right there, and their firearms taken from them. But if you take our number of police being killed in South Africa versus places like Russia, for example, and it sounds bad, but it's still under control. But it's typically gangsters. Typically, it's not the community per se that will kill police officers. I think you must understand. There was now a case where the community did kill one cop, but it was where he intervened while they were busy with vigilante justice, and he wanted to help and stop, and they discarded of him as well. I don't know if the police want to add to that as well.
Sorry, maybe I just wanted to add one.
Switch your mic.
I just want to add one. It may happen that the police, while on duty, is traveling and meets an accident while on duty, so it's also considered. Yeah.
Accident, vehicle accident.
Yeah.
Driving into a bridge or a car. Yeah, that's another statistic that's added. Dr. Bruce?
Mentioning that, I mean, I think currently there is. Yeah, the current figure is, I think, in the last financial year, 2023 to 24, or something like 110 police officers killed. But consistently, the pattern has been that in the region of 2/3 of those police officers are killed off duty. So I think the figure for 23, 24, or maybe it was the calendar year, was 36 police officers killed
in the line, yeah.
In the line of duty, yeah. But, and so I mean, it's to some degree, you know, mirrors the kind of patterns that you would find in those kind of killings in US. You know, a lot of them would be, quite a few of them would be in responding to armed robberies. But I mean, so for instance, it has also happened that police are killed when intervening in domestic disputes, and that was something that happened in the last week or two. Yeah.
And then own cops killing their buddies. Remember what I said on the whistleblowers, but there was an incident, I don't know if you can recall, 4 years ago, the cops went out and they shot, and the guy behind him, by mistake, shot his own buddy in front of him. And they tried to cover it up, but it was opened up because there was a video that was taken. So there's so many reasons, but 100%, that's what I said to you, maybe 40 in the line of duty, 45 in the line of duty, that's high, but usually it's very low in terms of line of duty. The others are extraneous outside factors, a vehicle accident, in a bar, drinking, they know he's a cop, they take the firearm from him. That happens quite often as well. So yeah, that's different reasons. Okay, and once again, remember our racial components, it's often, it's not a thing of white, black, it's often black, black. Dr. Blasso? Yeah, yeah.
Thank you. Mine is just a comment, Prof. Thank you very much for a wonderful presentation. And I think sometimes as citizens, as community members, we like to heap a lot of blame on the police, which we should sometimes, but I think the presentation for me highlighted the immense challenges that SAPS continues to work under, and it's just good to be reminded of these things. And then secondly, I read somewhere that South Africa, the US, and Germany have arguably the best constitutions in the world because they were formulated after a severe history of injustice. So, I mean, whether or not the constitutions actually, we leave the ideals of the constitution, I guess, is a topic for another day, but you've alluded to some of it there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Detective Williams and then the young lady.
Okay, I'd like to ask, so I think 2 years back, a cop shot, I think, I don't know if it was his girlfriend or wife at Edenville Hospital here in South Africa. So he also shot himself, but he didn't die. So he went to hospital and whatnot. So I would like to ask if that person, let's say, he's healed, and does he go back to the force? Or like what happens with those type of people?
No, he killed his girlfriend.
Yeah.
To carry a firearm. Our law is very specific.
On the police killings also, I think what's important also is to realize is how these police officials, how some of them get killed. I've used the example that I studied on conducted on the Cape Flats. There's usually a lack of spatial planning. For example, just before the COVID and when the COVID landed in South Africa, and I know it was earlier in the United States, 2 new informal settlements were raised there. They call it also sanitizer and COVID, and that one, for example, COVID is 7 kilometers long, that informal settlement. But everything is built upon one another. The police cannot even go in there. So if they go in there, they usually get ambushed and killed. So it's difficult for the police in this country, especially to do foot patrols and to make sure that they are quite visible, especially in the informal settlements. And then another comment I would make to the speaker also, I believe why community policing is struggling in South Africa, and you've touched on it, Professor, is usually regarding the trust. The trust in the police. I think it's got a historical component also to it, but as you pointed out, it's now usually a black cop on a black citizen also. And then also I would like to reiterate this. Like I said, I worked at many years at psychological services at the police. The applicants that we get, this is where our problem starts. It's due to socio-economic conditions. People don't get a job elsewhere. Now we get people that they will take any job. They even say to me, I don't want to be a police officer, but if you take me, I will do the job. And this is the problem. We are sitting with a pool of candidates that are not passionate about wanting to serve the community and to be police officers and look after their communities. They just want to do this as a job from 7:30 to 4 o'clock, and this is what they want to do. So this is the challenge that we are having on that particular front.
Just a couple excellent presentation. Couple points. Community policing in America is very expensive. I'm sure it's expensive here. So a lot of times that is why community policing is hard to implement. The other part is that they did a study and they looked at the fact that, and oftentimes it undermines supervision. So you would have supervisors that might undermine community policing as well. Just one other line item that we could add to the gypsy cop role in the States is that many of them aren't fired. Many of them resign, which means that because there is no finding for discipline, they then move to the next agency freely.
Never.
Yes.
I wanted to ask, Professor, you mentioned going from the South African police force to South African police services. I know in the United States, we call it law enforcement, and we're there or police officers are there to protect and serve. So my question is, how do we strike the balance between law enforcement and actually providing service to the community?
Thank you. That's one of the questions that's currently being debated, because how do you have a service for the people and you try and police with the people, but you've got these armed thugs going around with high caliber weapons. How can you not go there, you know, like a Bobby on the beat, say, hey, please, at a robbery, guys, let's negotiate this thing. You know, so that's the idea with the service, that the cops are not militarized. They don't act on a militarized way. But how do you use a service in a militarized society? Because, you know, in America, what is it, 7 guns for each of the 340 million people. There's 7 to 11 guns, the guesstimate. In South Africa, on a monthly basis, about 100 to 200,000 illegal guns come over the borders. They even steal from the police safehold strongholds. They go and steal guns. This is how blatant it is. And now you've got this system where you say, no, we're going to have a service. And the charge office is now called a community service center. These are words. Unfortunately, the police must militarize. Our police must protect themselves. You know, Susan Shabangu, one of the previous ministers, and some of the people, even Minister Bekechele said to the police eventually, you must arm yourself now. Even in a time of police service, you must arm, you must fight, you will fight tooth and nail, shoot first, and we'll sort out the problem later. So you've got a police strategy that was implemented in a police service, but we actually a force, and we have to enforce. And to strike that balance, so what you say and what you've got on paper, and what the police need to do to survive every day is two different things.
I just want to say, because, well, thank you, by the way, for your presentation. It was brilliant. There's another thing we haven't talked about. We talked briefly about indemnification, and you mentioned that as well. We haven't, by the way, discussed qualified immunity, which is something that's also being discussed in the United States, and we should probably have some discussion on that as well.
One other point that's very important, especially in America, there's discretion and then there's restraint. Yeah. And many times in news, you'll see where, let's say, for instance, a white citizen carries a long rifle, they're in public, they present themselves to be dangerous, and there's this restraint by the police to use force against that citizen. They spend 2 hours talking them down. And then there's coffee. Or buy them coffee. Sorry. And then the person, you know, relents and says, okay, here goes my gun, take me away. And then you have the black citizen who was not armed, was not dangerous, was not presenting themselves. Reach to his pocket. Just reach into his pocket to get his ID, and he gets shot and killed within 30 seconds of the interaction. So discretion and restraint are issues in the United States.
If you take discretion, how many levels of discretion they actually exist and how people apply it. And I think that's something that must be part of police training. Not a week, a month. It was part of a curriculum, maybe once or twice a week for a whole month on discretion and how you, and I agree with that. That's a big issue.
The other issue, of course, though, is this element of fear that's used in law enforcement in America to justify the use of force in self-defense, because ultimately under the color of law, the officer has to go and be able to explain their escalation in force. If it's going to be a deadly force encounter, they have to be able to explain why it was in that incident at that moment in time, based on the reasonableness of their actions, why they were using that level of force. And then it's up to a jury, of course, ultimately, or before there's a jury, there's ultimately inside the police department to determine and assess whether or not there was a violation.
Just a point on that, maybe that I mentioned, you all know about the infamous Marikana massacre, or that it's referred to in South Africa. But that we've worked on, it's called the frustration aggression theory. So that thing happened for a whole week and people had weapons on both sides. And your public order policing pop, they were sort of outnumbered that day. And when people on both sides, like you said with a big gun, it actually escalates the anger and the frustration. It's called the weapons effect, but the discretion in terms of maybe race or which state, which police unit is working with it, those are all variables that one need to consider in a situation like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Just last thing from my side, I remember you said, Professor, that there is the mentality in the police that cowboys don't cry, they usually don't go for help. I'm not going to necessarily agree with that. I know in the old South African police service that was an issue. Like you said, ammunition and booze dealt with a lot of their problems. But we've seen now in the police is that most people at station level, the general policeman will go for help. The only challenge we have is people from the specialized units, for example, the special task forces, our special forces, they still have that sort of mentality, as well as the national intervention unit, no specialized units. But I think the police has transformed enough that they realize that this is really important for our well-being. But I know in the past, I know that slogan, cowboys don't cry. It happened like that, but it's not the situation like that as rife as it was at that time.
But maybe I must qualify it. In recent, what you've mentioned about the gentleman that shot the girlfriend, there's more and more cases now, police killing their girlfriends or wives and family. We're currently busy with family murder studies in South Africa. And it's interesting about the police. And those are the police that did not go for intervention. And then it escalates onto their family.
Maybe I can just make a comment. Maybe afterwards we can have a discussion. I did my doctorate on police homicide, suicide killings, forensic psychology. So maybe we can have a discussion on that. That would be good. Thank you.
Absolutely. Any other questions, comments, concerns, considerations? Go ahead.
I asked a question on the screen.
Notes from people outside?
Let's see. Not asking me to do some technology stuff. Well, yes, if there is a question, please go right ahead and ask.
Oh, okay, thank you. My question was on my name is Zanele Sbeko. My question was on the scientific data to back the conclusion around the ranking insignia, the change of ranking insignia from the previous ranking order to the current ranking insignia of police service, that it has a negative impact. What data do you have to back that? Because this conclusion is being said by people that were in the old dispensation, and I have not seen any data to support that.
It's an easy answer. Why did the police remilitarize and change the insignia back or the ranking structure? The data is not from me. I'm going to read what ministers, for example, said about the respect in the police. They thought that the ranking structure, when they changed it into superintendent, director, was not powerful enough, not militarized enough. So the decision was made by politicians, and that's the backup, that to get respect back in the police, you have to bring back the militarized ranks, and that was a decision on a political level, and that's the backup we have.
Thank you. There was a question.
Oh, mine is about an incident that happened, I think, 6 or 8 years back. I'm not sure. In Kagiso police station, there was this police officer. He called a meeting in the middle of the night. I don't know, was it 9 p.m.? His senior station commander and other high-ranking police officials, and then it's like some sort of like a boardroom like this. I think they thought they were coming for a meeting, and he started shooting all of them. So I just wanted to find out what. And he also died in the process because he also shot himself. That in such cases, let's say a police officer survives, are there any preventative measures that can be done for other police officers not to do what this kind of one did to these other previous superiors of his? Because I remember then the premier, I think it was premier, we call him you call them the governor, was Nombula Nonkonyane. She was from that area. So it was much more of a high profile case because she had to go there as well to see what really was the problem.
Thank you, sir, for your question. Let me just let's frame this correct. What happened at that particular time? You're completely correct. What happened was there was a lot of domestic violence at home. This police officers his girlfriend went to the police with, I think, 2 neighbors also to the police station in order to report this domestic abuse. Then at that stage, it was still Major. The Major was busy there taking the statements. And then, like I said, he entered the police station, killed her, the 2 neighbors, as well as other police officials. Then he fled, and then he was killed. I call this phenomenon suicide by cop. Then the reaction teams killed him in that situation. What usually happens is, like I said previously to the other gentleman that was sitting there also, the police has got psychological services, social work services, as well as spiritual services, the people, the Marutis. For our American counterparts, that's usually the pastors. So they've got a Choose Life program. It's called. It deals with a lot of sort of suicides within the police, either individual suicide or homicide suicide. So they sensitize people. Also the warning signs, what to look out for, how to refer yourself if your commander, for example, doesn't want to refer you. And there's also national instructions on this in order for police officials to get the necessary help. After that particular incident, Gauteng's psychological as well as social work services visit the police station. They did their formal trauma debriefing with all the members, presented workshops, and they kept their finger on the pulse for those people that happened there, because sometimes you get copycat killings and that sort of thing. But yes, so I hope I've answered your question.
And if I can add, your question is what can you do to prevent it in future with other colleagues? The big thing is colleagues know what's going on in their friend, because they're friends and they're colleagues. They know what's going on. I think it's very important that people flag and say, I'm worried about John. There's something going on, and they need to inform the communications officer, for example. The communications officer can call them and say, listen, I think let's go, or the station commissioner, I think let's go for, I'm going to take your firearm and let's go for a few sessions, because, and people don't talk because it's their problem. They need to sort it out. That's a typical thing in society. But it would be great if we know in advance there's a red flag to intervene. That's the best thing. Otherwise, it's an impulsive thing. Often we refer to it as an expressive violence. It's emotional. How do you dare to go to my employer and report me as a cop? So their head clicks out and it's expressive. That's why kill girlfriend, kill on the spot. They don't think. It's a completely emotional thing. But if you can red flag it early enough, you might intervene. Otherwise, and then I think maybe a good thing, all station commissioners must introduce a debriefing session every week. Let's say a raise of conflict or raise of irritation on a Friday morning, and do it with both shifts or whatever the case may be. That might be a strategy or implementation or something that you can implement to consider.
I just wanted to jump in here to remind that we do have a time schedule that we have just kind of absolutely blown through. But in the United States, there's something called random drug testing, right? You walk in to work one day and they're like, hey, you got to go pee, is what they would say, right? I think maybe there should be a looking into random psych testing. You asked about preventing those type of concerns, right? It's always post issue, right? Someone's shot and you're going to go post. Well, ongoing random psych testing to check in with people to make sure that they're all right.
So can I, so the concept of unions in the United States dictate how random drug testing can take place. And specifically randomized drug testing for police officers generally do not take place. There has to be cause for a drug test to be mandated by a police officer. And it has to be a verifiable reason for it to be the case. You can't just say, I think something's going on, for a police agency to mandate that a drug test occur. So if there is a union in play, then it's not something that's generally done. Now, if it's a non-union state, there are other rules that come into play, and perhaps Chief Ainsley, you can speak to this, because I know you were in North Carolina and also in Virginia, and their rules are a little bit different than say New York State is concerned. But in terms of mental health testing. It's for a union state like New York, it's the same kind of situation. That's why the conversation right now is turning to actually put it into collective bargaining agreements that municipalities enter into with unions to say that it will be a biannual thing or an annual thing, not just after a critical incident, but on an annual basis. Officers will enter into a physical, emotional, and psychological evaluation just to make sure they're still fit for duty.
Chief Inslee, and then Detective Williams would be.
Chief is right. So in North Carolina, it's at will state, so you can be hired, fired at will, with the exception of in the city of Charlotte, where I come from, where we have a civil service board that dictate who hires police and fire personnel and who terminates those individuals. But in terms of drug and alcohol, and I actually happen to be the drug and alcohol program manager for the government, so we randomly test police officers monthly. They were in our random pool. So of course, we didn't have unions, so we didn't have those barriers to that type of testing, but very effective. Quite a few police officers got caught on cocaine, alcohol on duty, and all sorts of things based on those testing programs. Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to sum it up by saying Dallas Police Chief, I forget his name right now, I'm failing to remember his name right now, but he would fire people in text on Twitter. The other thing is that, and the chief is correct, collective bargaining has a lot to do with it because police officers will say, well, if you're going to change my work conditions, you got to give me some money for that, right? The other thing is that there's also what's called management rights. So if there's a safety issue, depending on how strong the chief is, he could order that person to go get tested. Or the other option, I'm not sure if it's with SAFs as well, there's also an EAP that is external to the police department that allows the officer to voluntarily go before a site council without anyone else becoming aware of the situation.
Thank you. So yes, we've got a program. It's driven by our medical aid PolNet. They call it the psychosocial network. So any police official can go to these designated service providers that's on the web, and then they can go to these people without utilizing the employee assistance services from it's usually called like that, but don't want to use internal people because, like the professors point out, they don't want their other colleagues to say they are not fine. They want to be fine, but we are changing that mentality. But yes, so we have a similar sort of thing. Like I said, they call it the psychosocial network, where you can liaise with outside service providers that the medical aid will foot the bill for police officials.
And just one last comment to address the gentleman in the back who asked the question originally. A lot of times, from my experience, what police officers are taught is that behavior changes in people who are problematic or showing some issues. Person may show up to work late. They may take excessive time off from work. There's usually something that leads up to that flashpoint. So it's important for everyone to be aware of who they're working with, what their normal processes are, and then when there's a deviation, to then all of a sudden say, hey, is that person okay?
Absolutely. So wonderful discussion. I'm excited about the evening session or the afternoon session. We have lunch provided by Olives and Plates. So we'll break for 15 to 20 minutes. We'll be back for our afternoon session. All right. Cool. All righty, thank you guys. Hope you guys enjoyed lunch. Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me? All righty, let me move closer. Hope you guys enjoyed lunch. Please feel free throughout the program to eat as much as you like. Very interesting morning session. We discussed community policing and police brutality. Detective Ken Williams gave us a great historical perspective and brought us into the post-George Floyd era in the United States. Both professors, both from the University of Pretoria and University of Cape Town, gave us some insights on SAPS and the current conditions of policing in South Africa. Now, this afternoon session, we want to talk about the future of policing. So I will pass it over to my colleague, Dr. Cabasso, and she will introduce our next speaker.
Thank you very much. And colleagues, welcome to the afternoon session. Our next speaker is Chief Antoine Ensley, who is a retired law enforcement officer. He began his law enforcement career in 1992 with the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department in the city of Charlotte, North Carolina. He served for 12 years as a senior police officer, police field training officer, SWAT team crisis negotiator, background investigator, police sergeant, and supervisor shift commander. In 2004, Ensley became commander and chief of police for the Fletcher Police Department in Fletcher, North Carolina. In 2005, he served as superintendent for juvenile justice programs for the city of Norfolk, Virginia, where he championed reform strategies for youth confinement, mental health, and racial disparities. Chief Ensley has passionately advocated for child welfare and raising the age a child can be prosecuted as an adult in criminal cases in North Carolina. He was appointed by the Board of County Commissioners to serve on the Juvenile Crime Prevention Council for Mecklenburg County. And Chief Ensley earned a BS in Criminal Justice from the University of North Carolina and an MBA from the Pfeiffer University. He is a graduate of the Municipal and County Administrator Program at UNC Chapel Hill and the FBI National Academy for Law Enforcement Executives. He resides partly in Johannesburg and Charlotte, North Carolina. Chief Ensley, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me back there? Good. You know, after this morning, listening to everyone, I would say it's going to be a difficult afternoon, especially after everybody had that great meal. Thank you to the university for providing that meal, by the way. Dr. Cabasso said something to me during the break. She said, "You look young in person in your picture." So that changed my whole mood. It changed my whole mood. You know, so we heard a lot of great things this morning, right? About South African police services and South Africa as an industry, the police department as an industry, the police culture as an industry here in South Africa. We talked about policing in America. And some of that stuff was kind of doom and gloom, right? It was like, wow, we have a long ways to go in our systems. The good news is this. Tomorrow is tomorrow, and if we're fortunate enough, the future is ahead of us, right? So when you think about policing of the future, I get very excited about that. You know, throughout my career, I've been somewhat of a reformer and a transformer. At one time, I was the youngest police chief in North Carolina. I was in my early 30s. I remember people saying to me, you know, you're a trailblazer. You like pushing an envelope. You like doing things that people don't really think about or talk about. I like to code myself in that way. So when I think about the future, I think about what are the things we should be focused on tomorrow. When I say tomorrow, I'm talking about a year from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now. And what might the policing institution look like? And this transcends the globe, whether you're in South Africa, the United States, or anywhere else on the globe. And this also means that if you're not thinking about these things, and I do consulting work in the policing space, municipal governments, but also in the private sector. And I use some of the same language about, if you're not thinking about the future, guess what? You won't be there. I liken that to police work as well. If we're not thinking about the future of policing as an institution in the right kind of way, we will fail. I don't care what agency, whether you're a local government agency, a state agency, or a national policing agency. If you're not thinking about that future, you will have some challenges in that future. So I've been charged with talking about the future in that context. But before I get started, there's a few questions I want you guys to just think about. These are rhetorical questions, so I don't need answers. I just want you guys to just take a few minutes and think about these questions. And when you leave this room, take these questions with you, okay? Who will be the police officers in the future? Who will be the police in the future? What technical skills and critical competencies are vital to success of the future police professional? What is it that they need to know from a technical skills perspective and as a competency in this new millennium to be professional police officers? What are those things? What culture of policing will agencies cultivate today to attract the future protectors of democracy? Meaning, what are those things we're doing today that are vital to impacting those pipelines of police officers? What is the age and what is the pipeline by which the next generation of police professionals will be targeted? Doctor mentioned in China, right, or Asia, where young people are recruited or targeted very early on in age. I remember working with an agency in North Carolina and saying to them that unless you're targeting the youth in middle school for police officer professions in the future, you're behind. I remember police chief looking at me, and he was a colleague, someone actually went to police academy with. He was looking at me and was like, what are you talking about? I'm like, you just heard what I said. If your recruitment strategy is to focus on those individuals who are 21 years of age today, and you're not focused on those 14 and 15-year-olds, you won't have a police agency 20 years from now. And he pondered that for a little while. The same thing is true for the future. If we're not thinking about who will be police officers in the future today, in the context of who are they? What are their age? What are the demographics? What competencies should we be building and developing, cultivating in these young people in schools to prepare them for the future of policing? We're not having those conversations, we're behind the 8 ball. What must police systems do different today to have better potential for the right police candidates of tomorrow? Gentleman said that, people raising their hands say, I want to be a police officer because I just want a job. I just want a job right now. Any job. I'll even take a police officer job. I've recruited those, by the way, in my career. Folks who just wanted a job. Some end up being very effective police officers. Once they were trained and developed and they understood the job, they became very effective. But if that's a starting point with nothing else, the challenge is that those people will fail. They will be subject to fall into those pillars of corruption because hey, listen, I'm just here because I'm here for a check. So I want to assimilate to whatever the culture is. But we have to be very careful about what is it that we need to do today to make sure that we're not creating the environment where even the individuals that we want to be police officers don't understand what it looks like in the future. So just keep that, everything that I'm going to talk about in a few minutes, and Dr. Asad, I want to give you some time back because I know that we're pressed for it, but I just want you all to be thinking, and everything that I'm talking about, it's all about tomorrow. Look at it as medicine. We know the ills of policing today, right? We know what it feels like. We know the challenges. We know the fiscal challenges. But just pretend like we have a blank checkbook with money. Let's say that there's no more load shedding and that money now can go toward other resources, right? We got a notice, this is a little side, but we got a notice last week from one of our neighbors that the city of Johannesburg was going to bill people who have the electric meter 556 Rand per month. But that's just those individuals have the prepaid meter. And that represented about 250 or so thousand individuals that live throughout Johannesburg. And it would generate close to $1 billion in revenue just annually, just for that revenue stream. Of course, I was really happy with that. But just imagine a local government with the ability to take resources and using that in that way. And at the same time, you talk about a police system is grossly underfunded. So you think about the future of policing, it gets very complicated, right? It's already complicated, but imagining a system where you're already depleted in resources. You don't know where the money is coming from. And if you're not having those very high level conversations today, not just from a policy perspective, but also from a practical perspective and operational perspective, these are serious conversations. You don't wait 5 years from now and say, listen, we don't know how we're going to fund policing. We got 1 police officer or 0 police officers per 20,000 people. Those aren't great numbers. But how might we fund those things unless we have no future conversations today? The future requires portable and robust models. So those of us who policed over the last 20, 30 years, we understand that most of policing was really implemented from, and if you guys still hear me? Yeah. An intelligence-led model, which means that police officers did their work based on information. That's 911 calls, people calling Crime Stoppers, or just informants in the streets, just getting information to the police department to affect their work, right? Police reports. And then they take that information and they build cases and they go out and they do investigations. And they may make some arrests, or they may just catalog these crimes because they have no suspects in hopes of using that information later to analyze it to create something, even if that something is a database, right? And then if they do impact some arrests in a group of arrests, they assess those things and try to understand whether or not it's making a difference in the community. Intelligence-led information models will also be useful in the future. Then what's the cousin to that? That's proactive policing, right? You work in an environment where proactive police, where you have hot people, hot locations, and hot times, right? What does that mean? People who you know and realize who are the prey, or the people who are committing the majority of your crime in your country, in your community. The hot people, we all know, right? The small percentage of people, sometimes between 15 and 20% of the people who might be impacting the majority of your local crime or your national crime. Hot people. What times of the year? What times of the year are these things happening, right? These are all, we call those hot spots, hot times, and hot locations where crime is concentrated, right, in a particular area based on a number of factors. But you're using a proactive model, which sometimes have weaknesses, because sometimes it may lead to over-policing, right? Because you just concentrate on this area because you have a lot of information, and therefore you're putting a lot of resources in this particular area, and that is your temporary solution. Those models will also be useful in the future. So if you have an intelligence-led model, and you have a proactive policing model, don't think that because we're thinking about the future, those things are not useful. Those are 2 pillars in particular that are portable in the future. What's the difference? What's the difference? We're talking about the future. Technology. When I spoke with Dr. Saad, I said, you know, one of the things that's critical about the future, and we're all living it as we speak right now, is the level and the speed in which information and technology is moving. Faster than I remember in my last 30 years. I'm 54 years old, right? I got 5 grandchildren. I like to tell that to people because, and when she tells me that you look younger, I want to put it out there again. I'm 54 years old, but I can tell you in my last 30 years, I've seen technology transform police agencies, but nothing like the technology that's coming out right now, right? The technology that we're seeing right now is vital to success of policing in the future. And we have to find creative ways to not just fund it, because to not fund those programs is to, one, be out of the business, or have a situation where you're not pacing with the sophistication of the criminal or the bad actors who are out there who are great at all things technology. You know, if you're an investigator right now and you don't have a footprint on technology and how to investigate using social media platforms, then you're probably antiquated, right? The days of just going out to the streets and saying, okay, you know, this is where the drug sale is, not so much, right? Those drug transactions are happening right there on Facebook, Twitter. The communication, all of these things are happening right before our eyes. And if you don't have the training program to equip people with the skills to understand what that looks like, I tell you, we're subject to miss the mark on what that looks like. I'm going to talk to you about some things that, from a future perspective, are essential. Professor mentioned that in the United States, there's a growing demand for police security services, probably more so now than we've seen in the last 20 years. When we moved here to South Africa, it was astounding the level of private security that we saw. In fact, I've been here almost 3 years, and I still haven't seen a police officer in my neighborhood, but I see security all the time. It took some getting used to be honest with you, because I'm paying twice, right? I'm paying twice. I'm paying for security services, and I'm paying my municipal levies for the fund policing, right? So, you know, it took me a while to understand it. And today I got even greater understanding based on the information that was shared. When you come into the country, you don't automatically know the deficit that exists in police personnel. And it's a global deficit. They estimate between 500 and 800,000 globally in police vacancies across the globe. Imagine that. In our city, last year alone, we had 600 vacancies. Imagine having 600 vacancies in one municipality. New York City, vacancies. I'm sure in Rochester, vacancies. New Orleans, vacancies. So it speaks to, again, I go back to those questions. Who will police in the future? And how will we attract them to be police officers in the future? And what are the things that we're doing today to make it attractive to the individuals, the next generation of police officers? And are we intentional about it? Because if we're not intentional about it, guess what? It's not going to happen. If they're not lining up today in 2024, what makes you think in 2028 you're going to have individuals, young people, next generation individuals, folks who are sitting in middle school right now or in high school saying, hey, listen, all of a sudden want to be a police officer. That is not automatic. I never wanted to be a police officer. I didn't have police officers in my family. I didn't think about it. I was 17 years of age before I even started to understand the impact of public safety. And that was through an internship. So my first 17 years, I had no idea or no thought process. And I was a pretty good kid. That's my mom, she'll tell you. I was a pretty good kid. I was a pretty good kid. But what about those individuals who are like me or who just see police officers all the time and they see all of the bad things or hear the bad things that are happening in policing? And be very careful in cultures like that where all the young people understand is that the police, we can't trust them, or they're this, or they're that. And that's the only narrative that they have. We know that's not always true, right? But what happens is that is the narrative that's in townships and in homes and in communities all over South Africa, all over Milwaukee or New Orleans. It becomes very impactful. So these are questions not only that we have to answer, these are questions that we have to be very intentional about building plans and communication and being intentional about being courageous about going to what I call the bean counters and having tough conversations. This transcends politics. It's about public policy. It's about an expectation that the number one job we have is to protect our public, right? But it's not free. It costs money. It costs a lot of money. So when I'm talking about private security, I was very astounded by that. But what if there's greater collaboration? I don't see much collaboration. I may be wrong. Someone can correct me on that. I see a lot of security. I don't necessarily see the collaboration. So the future of policing and public safety will require greater collaboration. Why, Antoine? Because of the reason I just mentioned. You can't find people to be police officers. You just can't, throw the baby out with the bathwater and say, we just have to do what we have to do. There must be a concerted effort to figure out what are the other options that we have in this industry called public safety. We have our private providers who who are making billions in revenue, right? And we have our municipal partners who are at the whims of the taxpayer when they're 35% unemployment. How do we balance that without collaboration? So in the future, we have to be more collaborative. We have to share information that we're not traditional in policing of sharing with our private partners. I didn't do it as a police chief. Wayne, did you do it as a police chief? Any other, did you guys do it as police? It's just not common. In the future, it's required that you have those relationships and change the paradigm, to change how we think about protecting who? The public. This is not about us individually. This is not necessarily about the politics. It's about what is the expectation of our public in protecting our children, protecting our assets. And that lies on the doorsteps of public safety. And if we're not building those alliances with private security, then we're missing an opportunity. In the future, law enforcement must also be very intentional about integrating technology to the extent that's feasible. To the extent that's feasible. There's great technology in the public space, in the private space. And oftentimes what we find is that the private sector has greater capacity because of their model, their financial models to finance these things. So public-private relationships, not only will they be necessary, they'll be vital to leveraging technology differently than how we do today. And that sounds very strange. All of this stuff should sound very strange to you. Guess why? Because we're not doing it. We haven't done it in 30 years. So if you're thinking future-oriented, you have to change how you are thinking about all of what we do. Training. Without proper leadership, without proper training, then how might we build police agencies and programs of the future? Training simulations will be vital in the future. For one, they're costly, but what's more costly? A training simulator that may cost you $1.5 million in dollars versus $30 million in litigation and payouts because of poor training, because someone didn't quite know how to manage their weaponry, or they didn't quite know how to handle an encounter, because they didn't quite have that hands-on training that sometimes simulations allow you the opportunity to do that. There are great technologies out there right now that allows police agencies, and I'm not doing a particular commercial for any particular provider, I'm just telling you that the technology is out there today to finance training very different than what it was 25 years ago. In my agency, we had training simulators back in the 90s, firearm simulators. That was old technology. Now the technology is so robust, it's more realistic. Just imagine the scenarios that you can provide to your officers in South Africa, even in the different languages. You can build that technology, you can finance things with a concerted plan to buy that technology to provide the resources that agencies need to fulfill their obligation. We have an obligation to train police officers. We just can't send them out there. I don't like litigation. I've seen times where litigation cost me a raise. So I much rather that money be put forth in the right kind of way and not because of an opportunity that we missed. Developing career progression programs. I don't know what it's like here in South Africa, but I can tell you in the United States, security traditionally has been frowned upon. If you were a police officer, you were here. If you were a security guy, you were here. It was just the reality of the culture. I don't necessarily see that here. In fact, I hear that police officers leaving police agencies and going to private security because of finances. That will not happen in the United States. But I can tell you that if that's the reality here, why not build pipeline programs of the future where you have security officers who may want to transition to police services? We should be developing those cultures. It may not exist today, but how might we develop those cultures tomorrow? Where that's where you get your authority, right? Security officers here don't have arrest policy. Well, in some places in the United States, security officers, actually South Carolina is one of those places where security officers do have a level of arrest powers. So it's not applicable across the United States, but in some areas that is the case. In North Carolina, we have private police officers. Have you guys ever heard of that? In the future, I can't say this about South Africa, but I can suspect that this will be the case in the United States in some jurisdictions. Private police agencies will be augmented into the model. Partly because of the same problem we keep talking about. You can't find police officers. How might you find them? Private agencies are a great opportunity to rethink how policing look like in certain communities. In North Carolina, private police officers fall under the statute of local colleges and universities. But you can have a police agency in North Carolina and you can work an entire community and have the same arrest powers as any other police officer in your municipality. Sounds foreign? Sounds weird? It works. It works. It's not ideal for every place, but in some places it may be part of the model. So again, the future is going to look very different than it looks today. And it's going to be forced on many municipalities and many locations out of necessity. And part of that because it will be fiscally, and part of that because the technology is going to be the driver. The technology will be the driver. The systems that I'm talking about when it comes to investigations and how we do things, all of these things I'm talking about has a technology nexus attached to it. Even when we're talking about how to recruit next generation police officers. What information are you gathering today to help you discern the types of police officers that you're looking for in the future? And where's the information coming from? What's your collaboration with your school systems? I'm not talking about proprietary information or personal information. I'm talking about just plain data. Who's excelling in what subject matter? Who has the propensity to be police officers based on the research that's out there? Tons of researchers out there who are a great fit for police officers, right? And they transcend many demographic lines. I will use that information to inform us to design plans to create pipelines. That's the future. That's the level of thinking. And do we have police administrators who are thinking along those lines today? And if not, if we're promoting people in mid-manager positions today, whether you're in the United States or South Africa, are you using those metrics to determine are they thinkers? The competencies of the future will be problem solving, right? Problem solving is a competency that's critical to the future of a police officer. Being analytical. Being analytical is, you can't be a police officer if you're not analytical of the future. It can't happen. For one, you have to have technical competencies. You have to be able to navigate the technology of the future as a police officer. And to not have those competencies will render you ineffective of its time. I remember back in the day when we had big fat monitors in our police cars. They called them MDTs. I don't know what you guys called them in New York, but we called it MDTs, mobile data terminals. And it had green, everything in it was green. And it was just an old model. Today, everything is wireless in the police car. Everything is wireless, right? We talk about the span of 25 years. So imagine what, and technology is moving much faster now, by the way. So imagine what it looks like 5 years from now. When I look at police cars here, it's a hodgepodge. All cars look a little bit different, right? You might have something in one police car that's not in another. That's very rare in the United States, by the way. Most police organizations in the United States are fairly well funded because the greatest burden in the United States is police services, particularly if you work in a municipality. The greatest, I call it burden because it's the greatest burden on the taxpayers in the millions of dollars. It's true in New Orleans, Charlotte, Milwaukee. It don't matter. The greatest burden is not public. It's not fire. It's not fire is number two. It's not solid waste service. Not picking up trash. It's not in our city. Aviation is the enterprise, so it makes money for the city. Utilities are enterprise. It makes money for the city. But those aren't the greatest burden because they make money for the city. Everything else that provides a service is a burden. And if those burdens are taxing to the public, the taxpayer are normally not happy. So what are the things in the future that we can do to mitigate those burdens? Those are things that we have to think about. In my community in Charlotte, there are private benefactors to policing. They call it police foundations, where technology is augmented, the cost of technology is augmented by police foundations. You have a Bank of America, you have bigwigs from different organizations who support policing services. And they do it in a way that's legitimate, is sanctioned through whatever legislation that allows them to do those sort of things, but it helps the police agencies fund things that they ordinarily cannot fund. The future will generate more things like that because the public expectation might demand of that, right? Here in South Africa, that same expectation should be thought about. Are those relationship driven? Absolutely. Are those political driven? Maybe. But where should it start? It should start with leadership. You start those relationships with your business leaders throughout the community. You want to keep it as less political as possible, but you certainly should be fostering those relationships with your larger corporations who understand the technology in a way that you understand it. But guess what? The technology is just not for policing services. It's for banks, it's for everyone else who is coming up. We're all coming to the future together, right? You're not going to have one agency without this technology and another with it, and they collaborate in a like manner. So you have to share these things in a way. In the future, police agencies cannot afford to leave people away from the table. Can't afford it. You have to have people at the table sharing the vision, sharing the plans, sharing the understanding of what the future of public safety looks like. To not have people at the table will, one, create a gap. Imagine having all these tables with business owners and politicians, but you don't have your business leaders around the table. You have a gap. So look at the future in that same way. If you have people around the table who are impacted by the service of policing services and they're not at the table, assume that that's a gap for you. The future cannot move in that kind of way. I'm looking for time.
Let's see, we got about three good minutes.
3 minutes? Oh, okay. Good minute. So I'll spend this last 3 minutes talking about strictly technology. Strictly technology. I don't use everyday words like quantum, right? That's a big word. That's not a police word. We don't walk around saying quantum anything. But I can tell you about that the future, the technology that we're generating now, not us, unless we have tech folks in this room, but people out there who are generating technology at the level and at the speed of technology deal with quantum mechanics at a level that we don't always comprehend. We're normally the benefactors of technology. So when you talk about quantum, things like quantum computing, quantum computing to me is all of these computers taking all the information that we have and analyze it at the speed and level that most of us can't understand, but it doesn't, right? And all of us in our respective rights, whether we're in research or we're practitioners in different industries, we're using information at the level and speed that most of us haven't experienced in the last 25 years. So quantum computing allows information to move much faster, right? It allows us to analyze information much faster and make decisions, much faster. So the future is going to require that we have quantum computing at a level that most police agencies haven't thought about. Yes, running a tag, a registration tag is fast in this current age. But what happens when you can take a computer, run the tag, and it tells you much more information, right? It makes your job more efficient, right? What happens when you have people who understand that technology and can make cases and do their work more efficiently? For one, efficiency sometimes saves us money, right? Quantum cryptographic, right? These aren't everyday terms. These are terms that I understand and most of you guys understand because we understand cryptography. We understand that computer systems that we all use in police agencies come with a certain level of security, right? So in the future, we need people who understand how to build and understand those systems because someone mentioned earlier about Crime Stoppers or calling, or I think it was this gentleman right here who said that he called the police department and tell them about drug dealers next door. And the first thing the police department does, hey, listen, they tell the bad guys that they got the phone call. So what happens if you have computer systems now that you can do all that stuff through a crypted mechanism from the comfort of your home, right? So you don't have to give your name. You don't have to give any of these things that divulge who you are in the community. What happens when that technology is right in front of you, where it protects the public, allows the police department to understand where bad actors within the agency are located. It's okay to have a corruption hotline, but what happens when you you call the line and then you divulge? That's a gap. So the future of being able to secure systems where people can do those things makes good sense. Quantum sensing, right? You guys have a bomb squad? Well, the bomb squads. Go to the airport, you go through these sensors. The future technology of sensing is going to be even better. Hypersensing, where you can sense guns and ammunition and bombs, even more so than you do today. Having people who understand all of these things is going to enhance our effectiveness in protecting the public in events like huge. You guys, by the way, have huge coliseums here. You have a lot of coliseums here. You have places where people convene. Went to Anthony Hamilton concert, and Anthony Hamilton is a music artist from North Carolina, and he packed the stadium here. I don't know that he's ever packed the stadium in the United States, but here in Pretoria, the stadium was packed. It was packed. So how do you secure? And by the way, there are no police officers there. That's another thing that I find very striking here. In the United States, you have big events, you have police officers, right? Here, security is in place, but there's no police. And I understand now why. They can't. You can't do it, right? So in the future, you need technology to augment that security to protect 20,000 people. People alone can't do it. I don't care how many security officers that you have. You need technology. Quantum sensing. Camera systems of the future. What will they do? They'll do much of what they do today, but better. Better imaging, better tracking. We have you guys have facial recognition here. I went to the theater here in I think it was a theater I went to, and I think it had a camera facial thing. And I was like, this is pretty cool. We don't see a lot of that in the United States in big venues. But in the future, you'll see more and more of those things. And to the extent that police agencies should embrace these type of technologies, it's going to be very important. I'll leave you with this, because I only had 30 minutes. I'll leave you with this. If you take nothing else away from this brief encounter, change how you think about the future in every way possible. How you train, how you augment technology at the highest level, how you fund technology, how you partner, the role that the public plays in that process. You cannot leave the public behind. You have to include the public in all of what you do in building for the future. The public will expect it because in the age of social media and engagement and social responsibility, the public has a much higher expectation of what the future looks like. And they can record you all the time. In the future, you'll have more people recording you than you even have today. You know, they'll be on their lapels, they'll be everywhere. So we don't have the luxury of pretending like that we live in a place where the police can hide anything. I don't care what content you're sitting on. So in the future, just think now about what that looks like and the impact that it can have, because I think it'll save not only the public trust and build a public trust, it help us build a future where most of us and all of us can move forward together, be safe, and trust the path forward from a public safety perspective.
Thank you, Chief Ansley. Wonderful presentation. I have a few questions. Does anyone else? Prof.
Chief Ansley, I just want to add something. You said you paid twice for security. Let me help you here. We're paying 5 times for security. Let me show you how. Your municipality, what you've mentioned, that's for your street lights, that's sort of helping you with your security. But you're paying taxes for the South African police, right? You're paying for your private security, right? Then you pay additional if there's an armed response, if they need to come to your house, that's an additional fee. Then you pay for your radio signal every year. So I charge you once a year for the radio signal that comes for your panic button, right? Amazing. So for security, you have 5 budgets at least per year in your, and we don't even think about it anymore. It's just normal. We just double pay on top of it. And then the 6th thing that you need to add, because they'll ask you, this insurance company will say, did you have PIRs, beams? Did you have electric fencing? Did you have a dog called Sunshine? right? Why did they break in here? So they put the responsibility back onto you and say, oh, no, you're a high risk in our pool, and then they double charge you up. So see how many times your insurance goes up now? See, it's about 7 types of payments that you do for your security in South Africa.
It's messed me up. Yeah. I want some of my money back. So, Chief, you discussed a few things that I wanted to ask you about. We early on we were discussing community trust. Then you said we need to target like middle schoolers, and I think that comes under the term maybe community ownership. So how do we get the community to take more ownership to actually become police officers and not just look at it as a job, because it's not just an occupation, it's a vocation, it's a calling to do something like that. So that's my first question. Let me hit you with the second one. What if we talk about the future of policing? What are the crimes of the future that we should be looking at? We know about cyber crime. I'm not a criminal, I promise you guys. But something happened to me strange the other day. I was getting some shoes done, like redone, and the guy put the shoes in an Uber and sent it to my house. And as a criminal adjacent person, right? I know some criminals, and I said to myself, well, you can carry anything like this. You can move all kind of stuff around the city without ever leaving your house through an app now. So what about the crimes of the future, Chief?
So in the future, we're going to see, first of all, a whole lot of that, right? Because unless, it goes back to what I said about building partnership with private providers, the retail establishments, building a sensor program. One of the things I didn't mention was quantum sensoring. Being able to track things that we ordinarily don't think about today. So, thinking about things that we don't ordinarily think about today from a sensor perspective, because it's not germane to how we've come through the policing paradigm of public safety and protecting assets. We leave protecting assets to the retailer because it's their product, right? Until someone steals, you call the police and they come. In the future, if we're not very careful, we're not building a relationship with retail and the institutions of assets, then we're missing that gap, because those things become more sophisticated because of the sophistication of the criminal. You can steal something. You can steal something without touching it now, right? You don't have to touch it. You can order something in China, have it delivered in Johannesburg, and you could be living in New York City, right? And send it to someone. That takes a level of sophistication, one, by the criminal, but it also takes a level of sophistication by the police practitioner who understands how to track those things, right? So those things will grow. We found a car, or someone found a car here in Johannesburg that was stolen in Canada. How does that happen, right? You open up the glove compartment here in Johannesburg, and you see that the car was from somewhere in Canada. So look how far it's come, and how does that happen? No one left Johannesburg to go to Canada and drove it here. So in the future, those type of crimes will be even more germane, because it's happening now because the police are ill-equipped to track it or sense it until it gets to the other side. In the future, unless you're building alliances, technical alliances with DMVs, car manufacturers, building alliances with DMVs across regions, driver's licenses, unless you're building systems that will allow driver's license to be tracked in a way that's not tracked today. This sounds like sci-fi stuff, right? Stuff that you saw in the movie, right? But to me, I think all movies start from someone's mindset, right? And then one day, 20 years ago, or 20 years in the rear, like the Jetsons, everything the Jetsons had on television it's come to fruition. So in the future, the things that the capacity of the criminal will continue to grow. And unless we're prepared to think like criminals from a technical perspective, we'll miss the mark. So those type of crimes, Dr. Sy, is going to continue. Will you commit a murder online? Yes, this is how you do it. You're not going to shoot through the terminal and the bullet comes out and hits someone in the head. You're going to be able to order killings the way they do today through technical mechanisms. And it's become harder to track unless you have that cryptography type training to find out where was this information, where did the crime hit originate? And if you don't have people with the skill set to track that type of thing, You have a murder in your community that you can't solve because you don't know who did it, where it came from. That's the sophistication of crime in the future.
Thank you, Chief. So I might be problematic to a lot of people in the industry because I teach my students how to problem solve, and I want them to be the owner of the security firm, not the police chief. And I encourage that. So entrepreneurship, I teach that in my courses. I teach them scenario-based opportunities so that they can learn how to think and not what to think, because most of us in the southern states were under the Jim Crow education system, where we were taught what to think and what to say. But nonetheless, when I think about the future, I think that we need to be very intentional about the things that we teach our youth and cultivating them to be thought leaders of the future. Because policing today will definitely not be the policing in 5 years, probably in 3 years with the advancement of technology. We're having trouble trying to get our youth or the younger kids in New Orleans a part of the New Orleans Police Department. I say, raise your hand if you're into law enforcement. Nobody raised their hand. And normally I would do this every semester, and I'll wait to the end of the 14 weeks, right? And this time, no one still never raised their hand. They're not interested. But I guarantee if I say, who wants to be a loss prevention officer with Microsoft? Hands goes up. So hence, the recommendation of redesigning probably is the best word of the job description of a police officer, redesigning how we police communities, because for the most part, most people tend to be good for the most part. And it's a snippet of people that are bad and causing chaos. And sometimes we probably don't always have to look at the criminal element to make indecisive decisions. Look at what people are doing right. And that makes better people better humans. Nonetheless, we still have to manage, the people that are not good, people that are not healthy for society. We have to learn to work with them because they're not going anywhere. So we need policing, but we also need programming. We also need, because I think someone said something about socioeconomic issues. That's probably the most significant thing of every community we talked about. If you look at budgets, 90% of the budget of criminal justice systems probably goes towards law enforcement. And I looked at kind of urban areas of maybe 300,000 and more, up to the millions. And that's always the significant amount of dollars goes to law enforcement. But are they effective? And is it keeping our cities and communities safe? I can't answer that question.
Actually, can I piggyback on that? So, you're right, 100% right, in that the majority of the money does go to police and criminal justice resources. I would argue, though, that they should go to socioeconomic interests. For example, the city that I lived and worked in my entire career is one of the most poverty-stricken communities in the country. And I can tell you that in areas across the country, and I'm sure you know this, those areas that are poverty-stricken, that are beset with poor school districts that have failed their communities for generations, have the most high levels of violent crime and drug abuse and issues like that cause police interaction and police actions within their community, are the areas where resources should be set. So instead of sending a lot of that money towards criminal justice matters, they should be sending some of that money towards some of those socioeconomic matters like poverty, like the educational systems, just to take care of some of those contributing factors that will ultimately knock down some of the issues that will contribute to those issues where policing becomes necessary. Oh, by the way, the other thing I want to mention, by the way, technology is increasing at such an alarming rate. If and I'm sure everyone in here, except for those that are not law enforcement, if you've never had an opportunity to go to IACP to see their exhibition hall, if you have any ideas to how fast technology is expanding and changing on a daily basis, please go to IACP's exhibition hall and you will see just what's available in terms of how we can help our communities, because it's literally right there. So I'm just going to put that plug in for IACP.
All right, Chief, what is IACP?
I'm sorry. IACP is the International Association for Chiefs of Police. It is the largest police gathering every single year on the planet. This past year was in San Diego. I'm not sure. Does anyone know where this year's convention is? I believe it may be in Dallas.
They have technology one in Charlotte.
They do have a technology one every year as well. It was in Milwaukee a couple of years ago that I went to. It is. I know they call it the International Association of Chiefs of Police, and every year I go, and there is a small contingent of international law enforcement. I would love for them to expand it a little bit more. But I can tell you that in terms of our conversation here and the technology that we're discussing, if you really want to see the technology that's available to law enforcement, the scope of what's available is astounding. The first real conference I went to was in Chicago. The exhibition hall alone was about 1.2 million square feet of area. It's got everything from the smallest bit of computer technology all the way up to the biggest command vehicles, helicopters, planes, armored vehicles, computer simulations, virtual technology, drone technology, everything. Every vendor that's available for police services right now, it is available. By the way, have you guys gone or visited? Please go to IACP. Please become members of the International Association of Chiefs of Police. Say it again. So I'll put this bug in for this. It always boils down to, and I'm going to speak about this, I know my panel's coming up here in a bit. This always boils down to a matter of priority. Eventually municipalities, national as well as city, have to figure out what becomes important to them, whether it's the lives and the welfare of the communities that they serve, or whether or not it's the leader of the municipality that wants a brand new sidewalk. Okay, if we're going to be serious about the lives of the people that we serve, then sooner or later we have to figure out a way to make that which we say is important permanent. So you guys want that technology, that's great. And you say, I need to figure out what the best technology is available, and I just told you that it's available at IACP, so we have to figure out a way to get it. And even if we just go once, to say, yep, Wayne was right, damn, there's a whole lot of stuff in here for me to see and go. Figure out how to get there. I get that there's not a whole lot of budget for it, but it's worth going. And I'm sure you've been at least once.
And I want to say the National Sheriff's Association is this year in Oklahoma, 24 June. Yeah. Same thing. All the sheriffs get together and all the technology. Yeah. And strangely enough, this year, one of the things that they're going to discuss is
sorry, that's probably me.
It's officer wellness. So yeah, that's and technology. So yeah, can I just quickly finish something to answer him about the vehicle from Canada to here? We've realized in 2010 with the Soccer World Cup that there's certain areas or pockets in our airspace that doesn't have radar coverage. So what they do is they fly in with huge airplanes, Russia, even from Greece. They steal the cars all over. They scramble the satellite tracking because the criminals also have the technology, remember that. They park these cars, 40 more in these containers, 40-foot containers. Then these airplanes come in, they land. It's a 2-hour business. They land, the containers are in and they're out of the country. And they take the vehicles to countries where there's left-hand drive. With us, we are right-hand drive. So they pick countries So there's demand on Dutch or German luxury vehicles, for example. They get 20 BMWs in the containers. It's out with the aeroplane, gone. Nobody knows. And then suddenly there's South African cars in Greece or in UK or whatever the case. And that's how they do it.
Absolutely. Valerie?
Oh, sorry. We've realized that we've got game reserves and golf estates and people with private airstrips. There's more than 150 airstrips in South Africa that's not monitored. And that's how they get into the airspace, land, and get out. So non-monitored landing strips.
Valerie and then Mr. Bruce. And Mr. Bruce, I just wanted to point out that it's an American thing to call something the international. Looks like we are the world champions when we play each other.
Thank you for your presentation. I also have two questions, but I'll do them quite quickly. So the first one is about the new technology, especially when you discuss things like big data and quantum data. So for example, when it comes to things like AI and facial recognition technology, there's been a long-standing thing where they struggle to identify Black people, people with darker skin tones. So now, say for example, we're rolling out Vuma cams, so it's those cameras that observe people in the streets. And now we're saying we're going to sift through large quantums of data to identify a criminal who did this act or that act. How can we ensure that as technology develops, especially with things like AI that also have the inherent biases of people, because AI systems are also developed by people themselves, so they have a lot of inherent bias towards certain groups or certain people. How do we truly make sure that when we police, we do it in a way that we don't let the new technology continue with the same bias? Second question, this one's quite short. So in the US, there was the whole movement after the whole George Floyd thing of defunding the police. How do we move towards new technology and adopting new systems of policing if we don't have money? Because that's what a lot of people, especially young people, the notion of all cops are bastards and all of that stuff, it exists, and young people don't want to have police funding. What happens?
Thank you. The first question around the bias in technology. So for a long time in policing, police officers, at least my experience, police agencies would hire police officers to learn certain skills to do things that the police department wanted. But what they didn't do was hire subject matter experts. They didn't hire computer scientists. They didn't hire people who understand how to code. It just wasn't the nature of policing. To the gentleman's point about changing job descriptions. In the future, you're going to have to hire people who are not traditional to policing, right? They're going to have to be experts in their own field so that they can be at the table when technology is being developed, so they can educate chiefs and administrators about the technology in a way that they're making better informed decisions about this technology from a biased lens, but also from a practical perspective. And if you don't have those experts in the room who can explain and understand the technology, you run the risk of buying bad technology that do the very same thing that you're trying to counter. And that's the case today, and that will be the case in the future. So the key is change who comes into the agency. Yes, you're hiring, scientists, you're hiring psychiatrists, forensic individuals, but you also need computer scientists, people who understand that technology. That's going to make a difference. On the other piece about the last question is about how you fund it, right? It goes back to what I mentioned earlier about those partnerships. You have to have private industry at the table because, unfortunately, they have money in the billions of dollars, and that money is going to go either into the pockets of CEOs and high executives, or you may have people who are socially conscious who are running agencies of the future, and they may be young, they may be millennials who are now who are individuals at high level organizations who came through that period where they understand this a little differently. Those individuals need to be at the table because they now have the power and the ability to take resources from a private perspective and support public safety differently, right? It's critical. I've seen it done. It's happened in my city over the last 20 years through the Police Foundation. Things that the city council would not support from a financial perspective because of the burden, right? And then once you do it, how do you keep doing it? But when you have those partnerships with corporations, technology expenses can happen for you. But those are things that have to be developed over time. Those relationships should be fostered ongoing. But you can't foster those relationships when at the same time you're doing bad things. So it's all about building trust, building relationships, and building the culture where everyone is on the same pathway, how to promote public safety. And from the corporate perspective, the best way they can do it is put money on the table.
Absolutely. Mr. Bruce, and then Dr. Red, who is joining us online. And he'll be the last statement this round, and then we'll actually be introducing Dr. Red. So, Mr. Bruce.
Right. Thank you. So, and thanks for the presentation. And I just want to push in a bit on the issue of technology. So, for instance, in the latest SAPS, South African Police Service performance plan, they're talking about their program to introduce new technology. They're talking about improving ICT infrastructure connectivity at high crime stations, implementing drones, body-worn and dashboard cameras, gunshot detection technology. I mean, CCTVs, an old thing in South Africa, but they're talking about rolling it out further. They're talking about automated number plate recognition. They're talking about digital fingerprint enrollment devices. So, so to some degree, they are also, are sort of paying attention to what's happening on the terrain of new technology and, trying to put in place some of these systems for improving their own effectiveness and so on. But, consistently, my observation in working in this field has been that what these things consistently come up against is a problem of the systems in place for maintaining and utilizing this technology. So, I mean, if you look at the SAPS vehicle fleet at the moment, so never mind new forms of technology, basic police vehicles, there's, as far as I understand, a major challenge in terms of vehicle maintenance. And so the organization is struggling at a certain kind of level with how to maintain the kind of human infrastructure to ensure that it is able to use technology effectively, starting off with police vehicles and so on. So, so it's just, it's something about, I have a certain kind of reservation about, the suggestion that we need to just, I can see that, potentially there's remarkable things available out there, but yeah, I mean, and I think it came across in your presentation that it, that if you are going to adopt some of these things and absorb these things, that you need to have the human resources to use them effectively and so on. But just in South Africa, the degree to which that is a challenge, the maintenance of technology, the degree to which we have already procured technology and then the capabilities of the technology are basically not effectively utilized because it isn't maintained and or because people don't really appreciate how to use it. So for instance, the basic issue of mapping, geospatial mapping of crime. I mean, obviously, technology can be used in quite a remarkable way for that purpose, but you see, I mean, it's not only a question about the skills in the organization to use that technology and to analyze that information, but it's a question about the leadership and management of the organization, whether people at that level of the organization actually have a real appreciation for how to deploy this type of, how to make use of this, the kind of information that can be, gained from these machines and so on.
Thank you. So agreeable. So my point about who are we promoting today? who will likely be police officers 10 years from now, right? The difference is not necessarily looking at it through the lens of who is the commissioner of policing in South Africa or anywhere today in 2024. The better question is, who is likely to be the type of person who will be a police administrator 5 to 10 years from now? And do they understand the technology at that level? Because it's unlikely that the people in leadership today, if they're not already doing it, will be doing it 5 years from now if they're in office. It's more likely that the person who's sitting somewhere on this campus right now, who is majoring in technology, who never thought about being in the policing system, now is introduced to it because now they see policing very differently. So that's the goal and the challenge, right? That's now going to different places. When I was coming through, it was going through sociology programs, criminal justice programs, social work programs, and trying to find police officers through those programs. The future can't work like that. The future is going to be walking across campuses and institutions and military installations and finding who have the competencies and understand the future of policing and where are they now in life and are they likely to be in this system 5 to 10 years from now, and how do we bring them on board? So the future is really about changing not just what we do, but how we do it, how we communicate, and how we market it. And without that, we run into that problem. One, not having leadership who understands it. But I think in terms of my son is 31. What will my son be doing at 41 or 51? I don't think in terms of me being at 54, thinking about being a problem solver. I think about the individuals who sitting, the young folks who are sitting now in this classroom who saying, now, you know what? Police work in the future may be more attractive now because it's a different institution, got different technology, and therefore I need to start paying different attention to it because if I'm not at the table trying to make a difference, then I fall subject to the system as it's always been. So I take your point very well, but I think that the key to it is that question, those 6 questions I had. Who will be the people in the future? That's the question. And we have to start answering those questions today. And answering that question, that means that we have to get out there and attract people and market people very differently than we have in the past.
Dr. Red.
Good afternoon, everyone. I wish I could be there. And I know you're going to introduce me next, Dr. Malik. But just to answer that young lady's question really quick, machine learning and AI, that's something that what we have to understand is that machine learning is just that. You have individuals that train those machines to do the AI and the facial recognitions. So if you don't have the thought leadership to work in conjunction with those individuals who are training those models, then you will have a faulty model. So just everyone know the term garbage in, garbage out. If the trainer of that model is biased and train it with images of only light complected individuals or white individuals, then yes, it's going to have a difficult time identifying your darker skinned individuals. So, but if they don't have that bias and they train it with the appropriate number of Black Americans, Africans, dark-skinned people, as well as white people and light complected, a variety of different complexions, then that model and that AI facial recognition will perform correctly.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Delaney, I promise you the last comment.
I just thank you, Doc. Okay, that's Dr. Red. Okay, cool. So I couldn't help but to really piggyback off of what Mr. Bruce said and the chief and Dr. Red. It's awfully important to understand the current landscape of the industry, even when I work in conjunction with some government agencies, because there's a big push in America to attract women into law enforcement. So I've talked to different agencies in DOJ, from Homeland Security to DEA, ATF, etc. But when I look at the profile of these organizations and what is needed, they don't just need criminal justice majors, they need business majors. Criminal justice is business. It's a $1 trillion business in America. They need majors in chemistry, forensic science, all these different things. And so it's awfully important to understand And when I say to understand the leadership of today, which I believe is flawed, that's for another topic. We have to break down to these individuals, our youth, our younger generation, a sense of urgency of educating themselves from different perspectives, different lenses, because when we look at the future, they are going to be the ones that's probably going to lead us. But if they're not equipped today, are not being prepared today, for example, to know how to program. You know, I'm 40. I thought you were lying when you say 56, but 52 or whatever, 54. I thought you were joking. But nonetheless, at 43, I remember when I was first entering into college, I wanted to be a CI major. It was computer information. C++ kicked my behind. It really did, right? And so I dropped out, and I really didn't want to computer information systems. It was a major. I couldn't get with C++. But now at age 42, it's essential that I learn these skills if I want to be relevant and viable in today's market. And so I try to transcend those skill set and competencies to the younger people, because I know that at some point I'm going to depend on their skill set when I get a little bit older and 54 years old as well. So thank you. I just wanted to say good job on this conversation.
Thank you, thank you. And when you said C++, I thought it was a grade, and it reminded me of your colleague at Dillard University who used to hand out F pluses. Disrespectful. All right, Mr. Kloma, you take it, please.
Okay, so our next speaker is Dr. and Detective DeAndre Red. DeAndre is a veteran of the Chicago Police Department. Throughout his career, he's held pivotal roles within several high-performing units, showcasing his exceptional leadership and strategic acumen. During his tenure, he has held 2 assignments as an FBI task force officer, a testament to his collaboration and effectiveness in joint law enforcement operations. His contributions extended beyond traditional policing, evidenced by his pivotal role in the CPD and FBI social media exploitation task force, where he demonstrated innovative approaches to combating modern crimes. Over to you, Dr. Red.
Good afternoon, everyone. I wish I can be there today. I visited Johannesburg approximately several months in January, and I loved it. And I do plan on returning soon, in January, as a matter of fact. So, you know, the conversation that I've heard so far is fascinating. I wish that I can unpack it all, had the time to unpack it all. But what I will say is that the future of policing, as Brother Inslee was speaking, is now, actually. I often tell people when I was with one of my assignments with the FBI, I'm a computer forensic examiner as well. When I would do the examinations and when we would secure the data from the various storage medias and see how the intrusions are taking place, what we have to understand is criminals don't take a break. We would look for our weekends, having dinner with the family, going out, but their job is to concentrate on how to penetrate the system, how to commit crime. That's what they do day in and day out. They don't sleep unless they can do mischief. So we have to understand that technology and the type of criminal that we're facing today, they're there. Just like a lot of times you may hear officers say, well, we're outgunned. They have ARs and AK-47s, and we have 9s and 45s. But now they have AI, they have machine learning, they have algorithms. So I'm going to do a quick presentation, and I can share my screen, correct, Dr. Malik?
He just away from his computer.
Okay, I'm gonna share my screen, and you can you guys let me know if. Okay, he has host disabled participant is off. Can he enable me to share my screen?
I just made you call. You know, we have to enable him to share the screen.
Okay. All right. Let's see here. Can you all see my screen? Can you see my screen now? Yes, everyone can see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay. So I put this little presentation together. Essentially, what I'm going to do is walk you through a straw man, a case, but I'm going to talk about OSINT because that technology today, and are you all familiar with OSINT, the term OSINT? Well, the term OSINT is open source intelligence data. Open source intelligence data is essentially anything from newspaper articles, social media, anywhere we can get data that's publicly available. So what is OSINT? Essentially, it's a collection of data that's publicly available. You can get it from social media, public records, the radio, from Zoom. It's a powerful tool for investigators and intelligence analysts to gather that information. OSINT can provides valuable insights into individuals, into organizations, into trends, into patterns. When that's one of the things that's again, when you talk about technology, to your ability to analyze crime, to conduct crime patterns, is essential for any investigation and any analyst or intelligence analyst is trying to identify trends and patterns of crimes. And that should be definitely part of any organization. I know here in Chicago, we work closely with the University of Chicago Crime Lab. And the Crime Lab consists of a lot of data scientists and analysts, and we work in conjunction with them to identify patterns and to parse through thousands and thousands of data points, only to find out and identify potential crime rings, offenders, or what have you. Your OSINT, it leverages a wide range of open source data, like I said before, including social media and other platforms. And it does require specialized skills and techniques and technology. And that's kind of what the doctor was speaking about earlier. Data analysis, computer forensics, those type of technological skills are needed in today's law enforcement. And as a data scientist myself, one thing I realized when I'm parsing through data, let me backtrack. When I was detailed to the FBI as a computer forensic examiner, when I would acquire the data from the cell phone or the hard drive, you have, again, thousands of lines of data. So how do you effectively analyze that data? You do have proprietary software that can do it, but as a data scientist, you will have to do it manually. You have to use code in Python or R or whatever to source through that data and identify the information that you're looking for. So these skills, if you're going to be an effective law enforcement and have an effective unit that's going to be able to identify trends and patterns and look at data and look at open source information, they do have to come with a skill set in order to analyze that data. Okay, the life cycle of OSINT, basically you define the scope and objectives. So you have to clearly identify your goals, your boundaries of investigations, who your target is, what you're trying to accomplish. In essence, you're going to form your hypothesis about this particular crime. Then you want to identify and prioritize your sources. Where are you going to get the sources from? Do you know if they have a social media account? Did they appear on, a public speaking? Is there any recorded data of them talking? What written information is out there? Then you have your data collection, your preservation. Data collection and preservation is extremely important, especially if you're trying to build a case in law enforcement that you're going to present to the court system, or if you're in a corporation, to your board, to justify or to quantify and qualify your investigation. So chain of custody, when you collect this data, you have to be able to authenticate the data. You have to be able to show how you acquired the data, and you have to be able to prove that you did not tamper with the data. Because once it goes to court, the main objective of the defense is to debunk your case, and is to impeach your statement. So they're going to bring on experts like me. Now that I'm retired from the police department, they're going to bring in experts like me to identify weaknesses in your case. They're going to say, ask, well, how did you collect this data? Well, what machine was he using? Was your analysis machine configured correctly? So that chain of custody and how you collect that data and your equipment that you use is very, very important when you're doing any type of forensics or OSINT, and using OSINT technologies to conduct an investigation. Data processing analysis. Again, that goes into having the ability to take different pieces of data and forming some sort of, following the breadcrumbs, if you will. Taking that data, looking at the disparate data, and bringing together to form a hypothesis about what happened. And your reporting, your visualization. This goes back again into technology. How you report your case or your findings and how you visualize it. There are tools out there. I know Python is a good tool to do data visualizations, where you take that data and you can show to visualize what happened and what occurred. But also it includes images and how you collect those images. So, and then you review and you refine. Review and refinement of your case, to look for weaknesses, to see if your hypothesis, you proved or disproved your hypothesis. Then you go back again to the beginning if you didn't, and you go through the whole process again. Okay. And as we know, social media right now is a treasure trove of data. Everyone puts their information out there on social media. And when we get into this case study, you'll see that everything that I discovered and found in this particular case came from social media. So when we're talking about, when I say the future is now, law enforcement, we cannot wait. We cannot, we don't have the luxury of waiting for future generations. We have to build our skill set today, because the criminals or the would-be bad actors, they're there already. So we're behind the ball. Okay, so here are some of the key tools, technology, and techniques when you're conducting your OSINT investigations. Advanced search engines, you need that. That's, there's some specialized search engines like Census, Zoom Eye. Those search engines help you navigate through the internet and networks. Your DNS and IP intelligence. Your web crawling and scraping. Web crawling and scraping, I like that. Puppeteer is good, but I think if you want to be more versatile in how you acquire data and to be more laser focused on the data that you receive or the data that you are analyzing, it's important for us to become proficient in, again, to be able to produce snippets of code like Python, or R, because you can use those to scrape webs. You could target what you scrape. Social media monitoring. So social media monitoring, the technology, I heard the one gentleman talk about the chief of police associations. The technology is out there. We have it. law enforcement within their ranks have individuals that are coming, especially these millennials. They were born with a cell phone technology in their hand. So what we have to do is identify within our departments those individuals that are tech savvy or have the potential to acquire the additional skills to be able to utilize this technology. So page freezer, X1 social discovery, these technologies are proprietary technologies, but they help reduce the time and effort to acquire this information other than using Python or R if you're going to do it manually. You still may have to do some manually because there's only so much, and then it's a cost factor to these technologies, but they're wonderful technologies and they're extremely fast, they're good, and they provide everything you need to document and verify your case. And then again, you have your data visualization and analysis tools. We talked about data visualizations and why that's important in investigation. So these tools help you to visualize the data. It helps you to present where people who, the layman, I would like to say, can understand it. Because when if you're going to do the data analysis or get into the forensic part of law enforcement or the data science part of law enforcement, then what you have to understand is that everyone, of course, don't talk your language. But being law enforcement and a data scientist or a forensic examiner, you can traverse those different disciplines and you can help individuals that your leadership or other law enforcement personnel to understand what you did and what you put together. And data visualization is is just as important as the data collection when you're presenting a case. Okay, so essentially, building a straw man case and investigation allow us to form and test our hypothesis. So you can do it on an actual straw man, or you can do it on a potential target. So this was an old case that we're going to do a case study on. So this case has been resolved, so I can show what I'm going to show. I know I don't have that much time, so I had to cut my presentation down. So this case study was on a gang in Chicago called Zoo Boys. And in January 2022, we got the initial tip about a suspicious activity online. February 2022, we gathered open source intelligence on the target individuals. By March, we uncovered a notorious gang ring that was linked to violence and illicit activities here in Chicago, predominantly in a neighborhood that's in Chicago. It's called Terrortown. And just as the name is Terrortown, it was called Terrortown for a reason. Or it is called Terrortown for a reason. April, we mapped the social media network connections and communication patterns. By May, identified physical location and access through geotagging data. And geotagging data, a lot of that information, again, so social media is a treasure trove. When you put up images and when you take pictures and you post your pictures, there's geotag metadata behind those images. And with that, I can identify what location you were at, when you took the picture, all that valuable information. And then we could from that, we can produce a profile and track your locations. Okay. And then by June, the case was presented. So the target, who is Dougie Though 069? So this is him. And he was a regular post on Facebook. He provided a lot of information for us, that was conducting an investigation. And I'm not sure if he understood social media and that law enforcement, particularly here in Chicago, we have a strong computer forensic, data analysis, SOMAX unit. And the SOMAX unit, that stands for Social Media Exploitation Unit, where we leverage technology to identify crime patterns, identify, anything that we need to identify. And the camera system, we have an elaborate camera system here in Chicago where we can, if an incident did occur, we can tap into individuals' Ring doorbells, businesses, their camera systems, if they agree and if they allow us to. And we often trace an incident from the time it occurred to where the car ended. A lot of these cameras, people are unaware that they're around, but that's how we leverage technology as well. And from that one image, we were able to find all his associates, all his known associates. And these, we went into detail, and I don't have time to go into detail about each of these associates, but we went into detail and we did the same profile on these associates and able to identify the ring and bring them down. And we also discovered that they like to get high. I'm not sure if you are familiar with syrup or lean. Lean is a drink that they, typically is made with cough syrup and liquor, and it gives a certain type of high and a violent type of high. So his crew, that's what they enjoy. That's their drink of choice, lean. We also realized that his mother was deceased. And of course, he displayed it proudly across his chest. And this is what social media does for you. It gives you so much information on a target. And I do have social media. I'm on LinkedIn. My Facebook profile is very minimal. My social media footprint is very small in terms of my private life. One, because I understand how people can leverage social media to identify information about you and gather intelligence on you. From that, we were able to find out where Mr. Dougie lived. And this is his house. This is in Tarrytown in Chicago. And that's his location. That's where he lived. And this information was acquired because of the geotech information from the images that he took. When we acquired the images from social media and identified that it was geotech, it led us directly to his house. And so we were able to build his profile. So his real name is Dougie Smith, aka Dougie Zo 069. That was his last name. That was his address. He's male, black, 17 and 19, 5'6" to 5'9". That's his gang affiliation. And his mother, Sally, is deceased. So this profile, it's a lot more that goes with this profile, but I don't have time to go into that. But we performed a similar profile and also the analytics on each of his affiliates and his associates. And that particular gang in Tarrytown was actually dismantled. But the point is that social media, if you're going to invest in a unit within your department or a unit within your corporate structure, OSINT provides, using these OSINT techniques and technologies allow you to get information that you otherwise wouldn't get from proprietary data, even with law enforcement. That's why our partnership with the FBI was there, because we can leverage social media to get information that we were not able to get otherwise through our own systems. Now, you do have to have predicate, and I'm not going to go into all that, but before you do or launch an investigation, you need to have a predicate. You can't, as law enforcement, we just can arbitrarily decide we're going to target individuals and go after those individuals. There has to have been something that an officer or a homicide investigation, a robbery investigation, whatever it is, it gives you predicate to open up a case and utilize separate social media and OSINT in order to conduct an investigation at this level. And most of us, who are in the profession, and your OSINT professionals and your data scientists and your forensic professionals within law enforcement, they're concerned with social media, and 80% increase of misinformation. So you're looking at the issue with deep fakes, machine learning, AI. It's incredible. It is. But disinformation and is going to increase. So we have to be more aware and more cognizant of how social media is being used with misinformation and disinformation. Like there was a young man that was just taken for about $12,000, his life savings, because someone did a deep fake of a public official and he thought it was legitimate. So he gave $12,000 and he lost his money. Data privacy. Data privacy is a big issue. How we protect our data. One, the cybersecurity aspect of data privacy. Also, when you're working along with what you capture, how are you protecting the information that you capture? There's a specific guidelines that I developed for my unit, how we capture the information, how we store the information, and how it's particularly when you're talking about PII or personally identifying information, because you can get sued. So in corporate, data privacy is a big issue. In law enforcement, data privacy is a big issue. Also in terms of data collection and analysis, how are we collecting that data? What tools are we using to collect that data? How are we doing the analysis of that data? So in OSINT, when you're doing these type of investigation, it is recommended that you use a virtual machine. One, because the virtual machine gives you the ability to have a clean system that's not going to be compromised, but also when you go to court, if your system or your machine is subpoenaed and the defense wants to take a look at it, you're not using your personal computer or the computer in your department where it has all this information on it. You're using a machine that was designed specifically to collect data, to conduct these open source type of investigations. Now, ethical considerations, I touched on a little bit. There are a lot of ethical considerations when we're doing any type of computer forensic investigation, cybersecurity, intrusion detection, or if we're utilizing OSINT techniques and technologies. At the top is data privacy. We have to respect the people that we're data that we're acquiring, their privacy. Also, oftentimes when we're getting this information, they have individuals and friends and people on their pages that's not affiliated with that activity, but they may just so happen to know that individual. So we have to be cognizant of the data we collect, how we preserve that data, and what we do with that data. The methodology. We have to ensure that OSINT techniques comply with applicable laws and regulations, and we have to avoid unauthorized access to legal data collection. And unauthorized access to legal data collection, again, that's dealing with having predicate, having a verifiable reason why we acquired that data. And then once we acquire that data and once we collect that data, we have to show the chain of custody, how we maintain the data, how no one else had access to that data, because your defense attorney is going to do everything they can to impeach your statement. Bias and discrimination. That goes a little bit into the question that the young lady asked about AI and technology. Even with OSINT technology, in terms of law enforcement, we know that on the job, and Chicago is notorious, unfortunately, for some bad law enforcement actors. John Burge, to ring a bell. John Burge was a commander of a unit, and what he would do, he would force confessions from African-American men. He would torture them. And this was a black eye on the department and the city of Chicago. Then we had a Sergeant Muhammad who was using his position to get money from drug dealers and plant drugs, and he would work for the drug dealers. So we do have bad actors in every department, and it is our responsibility to identify those bad actors. But when you're conducting these investigations, you have to leave your biases and your discrimination behind. Because yes, I can look at those individuals that we looked at and said, okay, yeah, that makes sense. But without understanding, our job in law enforcement and forensics and OSINT is to be a dispassionate scientist. We're not looking at who the individual is necessarily. What we want to be cognizant of is the crime and the facts. That's what we're ultimately trying to gather. The facts that's going to prove or disprove. There's been plenty of cases that I worked on. As a matter of fact, what I do, I try to disprove my case. I try to prove that this person did not do the crime. And that's a dispassionate scientist, because now I know that I dotted my I's and crossed my T's and did everything that I needed to do to identify the correct person if my hypothesis comes out correct. Consent and transparency, of course, that goes with predicate. If depending on the case, if it's a corporate investigation, your laptops, your cell phones, your computers, they belong to the corporation, so we don't have to get consent from you. If we're going to use if it's going to be an individual or witness, yeah, we need consent. So consent and transparency, ethical use of findings. We're not going to sell the information. We're not going to put that information out. We have to remain ethical, and we have to secure that that data in a ethical, sound manner. And then again, professional integrity. Maintain your professionalism. Be a dispassionate scientist when you're conducting these sorts of investigations. So I think that, and one of the things that my mission today and going forward is to take the skill set and the knowledge that I have and strategically transfer that knowledge and that technology, one, to enhance the future of law enforcement, but also that technology exchange is very important. And I love the topic, South Africa and the USA Nexus, because coming from the city of Chicago, we have approximately 13,000 officers on our department. I'm not sure how many officers are on the other departments that's on the panel. And we have a lot of specialized units. Crime analysis unit, I designed with one of my units, the social media, the computer forensics. So we leverage technology a lot. But as you see, Chicago still has a crime problem. We have a big crime problem. However, with the technology that we have, we've been able to mitigate a lot, and we've been able to identify the bad actors rapidly. So I think it's important. I think this is an important conversation, and I think we have to have knowledge transfer, and we have to have skills transfer to fight the good fight and to fight crime. Because right now, like I said, the future is now. The bad actors are already there. They're already leveraging technology. So we have to catch it up. Okay, and that's my presentation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Red. Absolutely wonderful presentation. Any questions, comments, concerns? That after lunch, everybody's feeling it. All righty. Well, Dr. Red, I do have a question. You mentioned getting a warrant. What is the type of probable? Can you give me an example of like the probable cause that would have a judge to sign a warrant to go into someone's social media account? What would it? What would you have to present to the judge to say, hey, I need to check out this guy's Facebook, see who he's talking to, and who his associates are?
It varies. It varies. The information that I would need to gather if I'm going to get a warrant or probable cause to look at someone's social media, again, I have to have predicate. And then within that warrant is very technical. And you have to, because you think about, let's say the crime was committed, and we think that there may be evidence of that crime on the laptop or on the cell phone, because when he committed the crime, there was an image of a house or a street sign, or we recognize something in the background. So we have to be able to articulate why we need to go into that cell phone. We have to show that when he committed his crime, he posted something on Facebook, which a lot of them do. You know, I haven't figured that out yet, but a lot of individuals, when they commit these crimes, they post something on Facebook, and once we get that image, we can then we can argue that because this image was posted and we know it was posted from his Facebook, from his cell phone, because of the geotag and the metadata in that image, we have to articulate that to the judge and explain we think there are other information that may be relevant to this case. So once you make that argument and you can show why you have to go into this social media account or acquire this data, then it gets signed off on. I know I had a case involving, there was a homicide, and we had to go in and we had to pull the information from the person's phone, data. Now, this one individual did not have any images, but because of his relationship with the individual that was murdered, we wanted to show that there was some connection with them. And I don't want to get into too much of the details, but the body was never found. He chopped up the body. He placed the body in a city dump. So everything the case that we built was totally a circumstantial case, but we knew that he had some relationship with this individual. So we had to go to the judge. We had to convince him that because we are building a circumstantial case, because the body has not been found, but we have probable cause and reasonable suspicion that a relationship between him and this individual exists, we needed to access his social media account. So it's going to vary from case to case to case. But that's essentially how you do it. But you have to be able to identify it. You have to be able to articulate it. You have to be able to show how you're not going to harm anyone else in your warrant request.
Thank you so much. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, sir. I just had a question. I couldn't help but notice that as you're talking about like the social engineering that you used in particular example that you presented to us, do you think there's a way for like the technology to be used like on an ongoing basis, and not necessarily wait for a specific case and then try and, okay, is there a way for us to now use example like Facebook or get a subpoena for, not a subpoena, a warrant for going in through their mobile phone, but use it like just as an ongoing basis and just continuously?
Yeah, well, that's a good question. And what I'm going to say is that unfortunately in law enforcement, if you're a law enforcement officer, you have to have predicate. You can't violate anyone's civil rights. So you can't arbitrarily, there's been instances in the SOMAX unit, the social media exploitation unit, that we see all sorts of heinous crimes being committed. People are posting, we see guns, we see sexual assaults, and we can't do anything about it because although we see it in the public space, we cannot acquire that data because we don't have what we call an RD number, a case number. We don't have predicate to launch an investigation into that incident. However, one of the things that I am working on, I'm working on forming partnerships with nonprofit organizations as well as private industry to develop those sorts of units in order to be able to advance in that space where a private individual can access that information. So if there's a sharing between law enforcement and private security or law enforcement or a private individual that can bridge the gap, then it's possible. So just stay tuned. I'm working on that.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Ray. We absolutely appreciate your presentation. In the interest of time, I think we're going to move on to our final panel for the day. Looks like everybody's getting a little tired. You know, maybe we need to get some sunlight. So I would like to invite the final panel speakers, Dr. Delaney, Dr. Ishmael, Mr. Bruce, to maybe join us at the center circle, or if you guys feel comfortable staying there, it's absolutely okay. You're already at the center circle. Yeah. Okay, maybe we'll take a 5-minute break as Chief Harris. We'll take a 5-minute break, let everyone stretch their legs, get you some coffee. Please eat up this food, and yeah, we'll be right back. All right, colleagues, we are in the home stretch. So our final panel today, or our final discussion today, will actually be a panel with some more esteemed guests and colleagues. I will briefly read through their bios. Please don't feel offended if I leave out some things. I just want to get the main points so we can get into this discussion I'm super excited about. So, Mr. David Bruce is an experienced writer, researcher specializing in the field of policing, criminal justice, public security, corruption, violence, and crime in South and Southern Africa. He is so esteemed that his name has been mentioned by 3 of our presenters already, and his research has really impacted South African understanding of criminal justice, or his interrogation of it. Dr. Raymond Delaney is a United States Army veteran and a social entrepreneur. He was listed as Time-Picayune, that's New Orleans newspaper, as one of the business people shaping the metro economy. He is a criminal justice graduate from Southern University at New Orleans. He graduated from School of Advanced Studies in 2014 with a management and organizational leadership doctorate. He is an associate professor of criminal justice at Southern University at New Orleans. Chief Wayne Preston Harris served for over 30 years with the Rochester, New York Police Department. Following his retirement, Chief Harris founded Wayne Consultancy and continues his work of community engagement to see a world where differences are addressed peacefully and problems are solved through open dialogue, understanding, and cooperation. He is also a member of the Law Enforcement Action Partnership, and I want to briefly thank the Law Enforcement Action Partnership because Chief Harris, Antoine Ensley, as well as Detective Ken Williams are all members of the Law Enforcement Action Partnership, which is a law enforcement advocacy organization in the United States. Chief Harris holds a Bachelor's of Science degree in Organizational Management and a certificate in Criminal Justice Education, and he is a graduate of the 244th session of the FBI National Academy. Dr. Ashraf Ishmael is an associate professor of sociology and criminal justice and the director for the Center of Racial Justice at Dillard University. He has a PhD in interdisciplinary studies with a focus on sociology and educational leadership and administration with a minor in criminal justice. He served as a state chapter president of the National Association of Multicultural Education from 2004 to 2014. Please welcome our esteemed panel. We'll start like that. All right, so we have spoken a lot today about various aspects of policing and criminal justice, and I have put together a list of questions that I would like to maybe present to the panel. So the first question I have is, and maybe I'll direct this to Chief Harris. What role does the residential community members play in impacting public safety?
Well, first, why do I have to go first?
Well, because you're sitting closest to me.
So, that's a great question, and I'm glad we're starting out with, why the community has to be a part of this equation. And it's a question that I get frequently asked, and my response is always this. There's not a law enforcement agency on this planet, and we've heard about this already today. There's not a law enforcement agency on this planet that has enough resources to take care of all of the quality of life issues that every law enforcement agency is called upon to take care of. And the only way that this ever works is for the agency to work in collaboration with the public that it serves, so that it works with. So it's necessary for strategies to be developed, working in conjunction with the neighborhood groups and the community that it serves, getting together, building strategies, putting heads together and coming together with ideas, developing common ground, if you will, in order to figure out what's important to all parties so that we can work together for that common purpose and figure out what's best for all.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Dr. Ishmael, we haven't heard from you today, so that's why I'm picking on you.
I wanted to just kind of follow up on his comment. Now, one of the things, and both Dr. Delaney and I are from New Orleans, and one of the things that we see is law enforcement agencies don't seem to understand how to partner effectively. And that seems to be the most problematic issue. We talk about it all the time, but we don't know how to do it. We live in a very geographically diverse region, and we don't know how to reach out to our diverse populations in order to set up these plans, like things you just suggested. And why are law enforcement having such difficulty in addressing these things and being able to partner effectively?
So that's actually that's a fascinating concept. So it's funny, we brought a retired Army general into our department one day, and as frequently as the case, I'm always the one that asks that dumb question, and I asked this general, I said, sir, we have this problem in policing where we are constantly moving our resources around. We have a burglary problem over here, we move our resources over here. And then we have a drug problem over here, we take those same resources, we move it over here. What we don't have is the ability to make sure that once we put a plan in place or a strategy in place, that problem stays solved. So how, and I'm asking him this, how do you build that strategy so that once you solve that problem, it stays solved? And he couldn't answer that question. So what we started to do was to reach out to our established neighborhood groups, whether it's the faith-based community, whether it's those neighborhood groups that have already established themselves, and we developed those relationships. I started to assign, when I was the commander at the time, so I had the entire west side of the city of Rochester. I started assigning officers to go and just regularly meet with these groups. When they had their meetings, my officers were there meeting with them. When they were saying that they had a problem with specific patterns of crime, my officers were there developing strategies with them to address those patterns of crimes. And we began to develop coordinated strategies to work on those problems, and we're actually able to bring them down. But it takes an effort. It takes, putting forth methods of breaking those barriers. You have to make a concerted effort to get out there and find those people, and whether it's business groups, whether it's educational groups going into school districts and saying, hey, listen, if you have these kids that are selling drugs across the street from your school and you don't want them selling drugs across the street from your school, let's get together with the principal or the teachers unions that are there, or the parents from those school areas that are there. Let's get together and sit down and figure out how to break that cycle. That's what it takes.
I would like to chime in as well. So a powerful question was asked about community and making sure that the community feels safe and protected. Well, historically, if you look back at how the day was saved, it actually was always through community. That's why I stated earlier that community transcends administrations. Administrations come in with different ideologies, different perspectives, different lenses. Historically, when you look at the origins of policing all the way back to Augustus, Caesar's Augustus, it was meant ideally to protect the in-laws. And if you weren't in-law, you were outlaw, right? And when they paid taxes, the people paid taxes, the people who were the Praetorian Guards, all those different titles and whatnot, were actually there to protect and serve at the, at the behest of the king. Now, at the behest of who? The politicians, maybe the government. I don't know. It just depends on which structure you're looking at. But nonetheless, at the end of the day, the residents or the community is key to saving the day. It is important that police officers, that administrations work directly with the people, because the people bring to the table information. Peter Drucker talks about we're in an information age. And with the advancement of technology, you just heard some of the strategies that the government is using. But if they're not going to be used effectively to protect and to preserve all people, not some people, or what we call the in-laws, then why are we even trying to help anybody? Because protect and to serve is not just a model on the side of a car. Protect and to serve who? People, humanity. And so when you think about humanity, what it looks like in 2024 and who make up the community. Go back to etymology, the root words. What is community? What does that really mean? And how do we function and govern ourselves? Well, if you look at history, people govern themselves in most cases. And so, again, I think the information that's brought forward by Dr. Ishmael, when you talk about effective planning and working with the administrations and police, and when you talk about, residential community, even a business, again, if it's not, I would say organic as opposed to centralized, top down, as opposed to just letting it happen as a part of in a motion that people aren't involved and the police is involved and the government is involved, then we're going to keep spinning and you're going to keep seeing the same cycle over and over, just in a different year, per se.
And I'm going to follow up on what he just said. And I think the issue of investment into the community, one of the things that we're dealing with in New Orleans is defunding the police and all this. I don't think we should be defunding the police, because we need police. Otherwise, we have chaos. It'd be just total chaos. But we need to, if you're going to involve the community, you need to involve the resources to the community. You talked about businesses. We talked about faith-based communities. If we're all going to be involved in terms of law enforcement, we all should be invested in it in terms of resources. So we're going to the New Orleans City Council, and this is like we're just talking to ourselves. If y'all really want safety and crime prevention, then involve all of us and provide some necessary resources. The money is there, but allocate it appropriately. We know the police need their money. I mean, they need resources, but if you want to involve everybody to involve, because crime is everywhere. It's involved our communities every day. We're confiscating 200 guns just not a day. There's a lot of violence going on. If you want the community involved, then invest in us, and then we'll see what happens. Businesses right now are ignoring the issue. We have big issues with sex trafficking, prostitution, et cetera. Nightlife. This is nightlife in New Orleans. New Orleans East right now. We're doing a lot of investigation right now. With lights get dark, people come out. Businesses are just supporting. They're just coming in, making money off of them. They're not supporting. They're just supporting the cause, supporting the prostitution, because they're just making money. You're not giving them any incentive to do anything about it. The police aren't coming to address any of it, and the community just is ignoring it because they just don't want to get involved. You ask students why they don't want to do it. We're afraid of the police. We don't want to get involved. And that's where the lack of trust comes into play.
Yeah, and honestly, that's kind of why I mentioned earlier the concept of contributing factors to crime, to issues that cause the protection of the police and the community. So if we have businesses that are contributing to the crime that's happening, in the case of New Orleans, we have the red light district. Antoine and I had this conversation last night. There's an area of Rochester right now, Lyle Avenue. It's been the red light district of Rochester for the past 60 years. 30 years I spent working the streets, we never took care of it. If I want to go right now and find out where the prostitution in Rochester is happening, it's right there. I know it's happening. It's been happening there forever.
Same with New Orleans. By the way, I think New Orleans will be there in June, I'll be there again in November, and I can't wait to get back. But if businesses are contributing to that, and we as the community are not holding those businesses accountable to say, stop contributing to that, then we can spend all the money in the world on policing. We're just gonna be spinning our wheels, as you're saying. So if we're going to attack this problem, we have to be willing to attack it at that contributing factor level. We have to be willing to bring everyone to the table to say, poverty is causing this, your business practices are causing this, the level of education that we're failing our community with are contributing to this too, and we need to address that as well. Until we do, we're really not going to be addressing those things that you say are most problematic to our community.
I want to jump in here and maybe get Mr. Bruce involved. And please feel free if you guys have been part of this conversation all day. So we often talk about the root causes of crime, poor education, lack of employment opportunities. But I study culture. That's my expertise. And my question is, has there been a cultural shift in our ethics and our and aesthetics in certain parts of our community, to where to where we have come to a point where we have begun to accept the unacceptable, right? So I asked about this when we talk about community policing, and what brings me to this question? There's a rapper named Young Thug. Y'all know Young Thug?
Yeah.
He was arrested for several murders, drug trafficking, and the reaction on social media was not, thank God we got a criminal off the street. It was free Young Thug. Not that he was some sort of freedom fighter or someone working on behalf of the people. He was an antisocial lunatic who had murdered people, or who's accused of murdering people. But the response from the community was free Young Thug. So how do you police a community that has now embraced some of the most degenerate individuals, and how do police now become again the heroes of the community when a certain section of the community has now turned the antisocial individual into the hero? If that question makes any sense.
Okay, well, like I'm being thrown into something which is quite a question. So, I mean, there's various issues that your question throws up. The one thing is this perception that, or, the view that often you'll hear from people something about how the world seems to be getting worse in one way or another. And so, some of the research that's been done on, very long-term trends in terms of at a global level, in terms of levels of violence in human societies, or in human societies, indicates that levels of violence, interpersonal violence between people, used to be far greater, and that compared to what things were a few hundred years ago or 1,000 years ago, in various societies, there has been a process by means of which societies have become more peaceful in many ways. And even so, I mean, in South Africa at the moment, we're looking at a murder rate of something like 45 to 100,000. But it has been worse. It actually also has been better. So, the currently available information is that our highest murder rates were roughly 30 years ago or so, about 10 or 12 years ago, in terms of the per capita murder rate reached its lowest level. So just, you know, the evidence doesn't necessarily uniformly support a narrative that things are getting worse. And so, I mean, you've got you gave a very specific example to do with someone who was essentially some kind of cultural figure that some people identified with, and perhaps it was related to, you know, something to do with the cultural products that he provided, that they appreciated and identified with, that they motivated their desire to mobilize on his behalf. But, you know, I think also on another level, I think one would, you know, I think when we're talking about liberal human rights-based societies, that there is a sort of some kind of question that, you know, is an ongoing question on a global level about whether these kind of liberal human rights-based societies should be seen as providing a model for, you know, the development of humanity. And I mean, I think we all know that that is a contested point of view. There's Islamic societies which, you know, are invested in a different type of normative and value-based system. There's the whole Chinese communist system and so on. So, you know, and of course, you know, the one thing is about, you know, something like Chinese culture is that it has a very long and rich history. So sometimes there seems to be a certain kind of arrogance that's associated with this kind of assumption that kind of Western liberalism has all the answers. And so, you know, and so, I mean, I think, you know, a lot of people wrestle with these things, that because to some degree, the way in which these things are resolved, insofar as they are resolved in Western societies, is through kind of public discourse and through contestation around, you know, where do we set the boundaries around what is acceptable and not acceptable. And, you know, and we might not always get it right. So, you know, so for instance, the question of drug decriminalization, I mean, I think, you know, the trend, particularly in Western societies now, is very much towards, I mean, I think it's almost now taken, there's almost now a consensus, I think you would almost say that marijuana, dacha, whatever you might call it, should be decriminalized. But, you know, then there's a serious question about other types of substances. So, for instance, you know, in South Africa, it's not labeled as such, but there is a heroin epidemic. In South Africa, the terminology that's used for the substances that people are using when they're using heroin are things like Nyaope and Wunga and things like that. But basically, these are, you know, it's a drug that are heroin based, and so, you know, there's a crisis of social order. There's a crisis of law enforcement. So there's a very strong motivation to try and not also burden law enforcement with the responsibility of trying to tackle the drug epidemic. And there's lots of evidence that relying on law enforcement to deal with these kinds of problems has very many counterproductive elements to it. On the other hand, does our kind of society have other resources and structures and systems, means with which it can deal with something like the heroin epidemic? Those are some thoughts on that.
I chime in on from the United States point of view with regard to violence. And Professor, sir, we could speak all day on the war on drugs from the United States point of view, but with regard to violence in the United States, I get asked frequently how we address gun violence. As police executive, the community was often asking, how do we address gun violence in our community? And the first thing that I would tell them was that they were asking the wrong question. Because it's not a matter of gun violence. The reality is you can take every gun off the streets and they'll pick up a rock, or they'll pick up a bat, or they'll pick up a knife. The reality is in the United States, we have glorified violence from our inception. Violence is what we do. We have made violence our way of life. And until we accept the fact that violence is what we do and how we exist and what we think is cool, we will continue to use it. And I have had the hardest time thinking throughout my career trying to convince communities that that guns are bad and guns in the hands of the wrong people are bad. But the willingness to use guns, or I'm sorry, the willingness to use violence as a means of expression is worse. And until we can turn that corner, until we can get people to understand that so long as we are willing to use violence as a means of expressing ourselves, we are going to continue to have this problem. We only, as a police agent or police in the United States across the board, we get maybe 10% of guns off the streets at our best, or our best efforts, and it's across the board, we get maybe 10%. That's through gun buybacks, that's through seizures, that's through, just our enforcement going out there and finding guns, illegal or otherwise, 10% of the guns. There's 300 million people in the United States right now, there's probably 7 times that number of weapons in the United States. And that's our willingness to use them, unfortunately, is the problem. And I think until we can stop glorifying.
I would like to suggest that it's not an either or argument. I think that it certainly doesn't help. Firearms certainly amplify the costs of violence. I hear what you're saying about an attachment to using violence as a means of resolving disputes and so on, and even as a means of self-expression or whatever it might be. But I would certainly say that when firearms come into the picture, in terms of injury, in terms of death, in terms of long-term consequences of all kinds, firearms in very serious ways, very dramatically compound the costs of violence.
They do, but unfortunately, we're also seeing stabbings occurring at an alarming rate.
I mean, in South Africa, we have, for instance, the problem of multiple killings is very directly related to the use of firearms. So if you have a stabbing, you'll generally have, one victim or at most 1 or 2 victims. The phenomenon of, several people being killed in the same single incident is very clearly a manifestation of the use of firearms. And, as you know, in the United States of America, where it's become
It has. I'm in no way dismissing just one more thing. I'm no way dismissing the fact that firearms make it easier and they amplify the incidents and the degree to which violence occurs. I'm really not. But if there was no willingness to do so, those incidents would not occur. So that's
just a little housekeeping protocol. If you're speaking, keep your mic on. If you're not, turn it off because it'll give that little feedback sound. So, Dr. Ishmael?
Yeah, I just want to go back to maybe the very original point you were making in terms of your question. I think in today's society, what was bad is not considered good. Like our morality is sort of gone in society, and we don't trust the police to handle our business anymore, so we handle it ourselves. And yes, we focus on the guns, and in Louisiana now, it's like we don't even need permits anymore. And that just scares the entire state, entire country when you start talking like that because of the gun violence. But most murder, it doesn't involve guns. It does not involve guns. You know, you talk about stabbings, domestic violence. I mean, if you didn't have guns, you use something else. And that's really ultimately the problem that we're having right now is how we're dealing with our conflicts is dealing with murder. I mean, I sat with the chief of police last year. She says, never seen so much domestic violence in New Orleans in my life. We had 2022, we had the most per capita murder of all time in New Orleans.
Firearms are used. The likelihood that violence will involve death or very serious injury is far, far greater.
Yes.
So certainly, you know, the violence isn't exclusively linked to the use of firearms. It has many other manifestations. But, you know, the other aspect of it is just the degree to which, you know, you actually have a situation where the state can claim to be governing a society. Insofar as you have rampant firearm violence, it's, you know, seriously undermines the degree to which the state can actually exercise its authority. So, I mean, for instance, you know, in South Africa, you have groups involved in using kind of automatic weapons and so on. And, you know, that kind of problem represents a profound, you know, a profound problem in terms of the actual exercise of authority by the state. It's a problem, not just a problem of interpersonal violence.
I want to say violence beget violence. There's an old adage, and I'm not sure if it's known in this country or not, but in America, sticks and stones may break my bones, but words may never hurt. But I disagree with that because there are some things that you can tell someone that is violently offensive to them, and it can hurt them and scar them for life more than what you can do if I punch someone in the face. That tension that happens immediately eventually goes away, but those words can always last forever. Some things that I noticed that we hadn't quite really touched today, but I'm sure if I say this, it's going to resonate, especially with the chiefs. We always talk about training, but do we focus on discretion? Police officers have a lot of discretionary power with that badge that they can kind of infringe on our civil liberties, as someone mentioned. That can be violently done towards people if not done in a way that is protective of even that person. You think about words, and we talk about, and I see this all the time, we always say racism within criminal justice. What about classism and elitism and status? And I just heard it, believe it or not, Doc, in your discourse with Young Thug as an example. Just the words alone have a negative attachment. Thug, right? Well, when we hear thug, what are we translating? And how is it being interpreted in other people's mind? So when we come to the table and we're trying to be intentional and trying to really heal and move on, especially in America, I always say we are a nation in crisis plague. I mean, we are a nation in trauma plagued by crisis. Since the inception of America, it has been trauma after trauma after trauma. So it has been in South Africa, right? It's so much going on. How do we, as a people, take a pause while the world advances, but still make amends to build a more vibrant society, a more unified society? Is it even possible? And if so, how does the police play a role in this situation where they have been seen as the violators as well, violating people? So I think if we take out some of these labels, racism, elitism, you know, this tomato semantics, and put back in humanity and look at the humanity of us as a society, we might get a little bit further than where we are. So I just thought that this conversation is very much more nuanced and difficult and complex. And my last point is when I was reading the article in National Institute of Justice, the guy asked, I think his last name was Merrill, the guy asked police chiefs and executives, is it harder to fix a Boeing 737 or to run a police department? Well, quite naturally, people probably would say to run a police department. Why? Because humans are more complex than what we think, but yet we also simple as well. If we look at history and look at, what we've done towards each other just for power or for filthy lucre's sake, for money. So I just think that these conversations is important that we're having it, but I think it's even more important that when we speak and we use words and articulate, we ought to be careful in what we're saying and how we're saying it, because now it's high time that we appreciate the value of differences and what we all bring to the table.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Dr. Delaney. I absolutely agree. Words have power. And as you were talking, I was thinking about, because when I mentioned Young Thug, that's a label he labeled himself, right? Previously, in past generations, African Americans called ourselves the Supremes. And now we're thugs, gangsters, and BITCHs, and all of those words. So that's what I mean when I think there's been a cultural and moral and ethical shift in that particular community. I didn't say African Americans in particular, but that's what I was talking about when I mentioned Young Thug. There's been a shift in our moral compass that has now embraced some of the most antisocial behavior as a cultural norm. And I think, as Chief pointed out, until you address this acceptance of violence, and I believe gun violence is out of control. Everyone would agree with that. But to your point, our community will find a way to destroy, to harm each other, whether there are guns there or not, and that is far more complex than the weapon that is being used. It is a psychology, and it's an acceptance of the abnormal as normal. But we have a question from our colleague Valerie about gender-based violence in both countries.
So my question is about how in both the US and South Africa, there have been increasing rates of femicide and gender-based violence in the 21st century. And even in both countries, both have not been legislated as a formal category of crime. We're still not looking at it as a serious pandemic and crisis that it is, because it's the safety of women has decreased exponentially. Like, women are less safe now than, you're not safe getting in an Uber, you're not safe going to the mall. What exactly are law enforcement agencies doing to protect women and children? Because it seems as though crime, we're focusing on other things, but to live as a woman in South Africa, and I don't know if it's the same in the US, every single day, when I leave this campus, when I walk, I think, am I safe? When I get in the bus, am I safe? I request an Uber, is he going to kidnap me? What exactly do you guys think can be done to address these issues?
Something is definitely going on. I know for a fact nowadays a young woman has a menstrual cycle at age 12 now. Typically it was between 14 and one time 16. So there's a lot of stimuli that's out here that is advancing society. I think that the information age is mostly exposing what was already existing. I think that it propels us at a faster rate to engage in the elements that we see in a society. Not that these things never was going on, because it has always been going on. When I looked at the domestic violence rate in America, and you look statistically, I cannot speak in South Africa, it's hard to really pinpoint it. There's a lot of underrepresentation. There's a lot of underreporting on the male side. So when you see it, sometimes you see facts that domestic violence between men and women is almost equal, between like 48 and 50%. There's also a lot of domestic violence reported amongst intersections like the LGBTQI community, where it's showing that they're increasing rate. So to answer that question from my lens, I think we need to look further into it and encourage more people to speak out and share their stories, but that's hard to do because they have a healing process that's important too. And so some things that can work in policing or that's effective with policing is that if the victim is female, more likely it's better to have a female work with that victim. If it's a victim, a male, more likely it's a male that'll help. But these are just things that can manage the process after it occurred, not so much prevention of it. So I think we should look further into it. I definitely would like to know more about what's happening in South Africa to cause such violence, because that's violence too against women. And I'm not sure if it's any type of differences between ethnicities or race, et cetera, and things like that. But I definitely would like to further look into that on my end.
I think it's like a complicated issue because we know that domestic violence is the leading cause of death for women 14 to 44 in the world. Yet I think when we think about it in terms of crime, we don't think about the death part of it. And so we put these restraining. I worked in my internship with Domestic Violence Incorporated. So I did work with women and focus groups, and you put these restraining orders. It just doesn't seem to be effective. Like, they need to be arrested and put away until it's too late. And we go to these prison tours, and these women are in prison for domestic violence, and said, "What was I supposed to do? Who's going to kill me?" And they're serving life sentences for this, and it doesn't make any sense. But they keep beating me, and nothing is like, well, we're going to arrest, we're going to restraining order. That just doesn't work. And they don't look at it in terms of the death. Domestic violence is dangerous, and it leads to death. You know, they need to know. I don't think law enforcement actually knows the statistic in terms of domestic violence. They knew that. These people, you know, whether man or woman, lock them up. You got to lock them up, or it's going to lead to the consequences that we see.
And also, so we're in a weird spot in the United States right now. And I've tried my best today to kind of keep this as non-political as I possibly can, but the divide that exists right now in the United States has placed us at a very, very strange place, and it's placed people in a very precarious position, both women, you mentioned the LGBTQ community, people of color. It seems as though it's become okay to victimize people, and not just physically, but in word, in thought, in action, and it's frightening. So the short answer to your question is certainly not enough. Law enforcement right now has not caught up to what is happening socially in the United States. So yes, women have always been victimized far more than they should be in the United States. But given the political landscape, the very scary landscape that's going on right now, even more so. And as an industry, we have not kept up with the changes that have occurred, and that's frightening. The fact that people are more willing to express themselves based on their political ideologies, their social ideologies right now is even more alarming. And just as we have not kept up with what's happening with women, we have not kept up with what's happening in terms of people of color or the LGBT community. In short, we have a lot of work to do. Policing changes slowly. We are the slowest changing industry. Picture an ocean liner or an aircraft carrier. It takes a long time for it to turn. That's policing. We do not turn on a dime. And it takes, in terms of leadership, it takes a long time for leaders to go, oh shoot, something's wrong. We need to turn this ship, and we need to turn it now. So, right. I wish there were a better answer to say. I wish I could say that we're getting together and talking amongst ourselves and going, hey, listen, these women are out here being victimized. We got to figure out what we should do for it. I can tell you that the more women we recruit into our ranks, the more women we promote within our ranks up into positions of leadership, the better. That's how we will improve this industry. I can tell you, sorry, my cousin that feedback. I can tell you one of my proudest moments. If you recall the Tyree Nichols incident that occurred last year. The chief of police in Memphis is a woman by the name of C.J. Davis. She is a past national president for NOBLE, this is the National Organization of Black Law Enforcement Executives. I'm a life member. In fact, I'm the national treasurer for NOBLE. C.J. is a friend of mine. C.J. is the first chief of police that came out and said what needed to be said in terms of law enforcement officers acting outside the scope of police activity, acting outside the scope of their responsibility and the scope of policing. What they did was not policing, it was thuggery, it was criminal behavior. And she came out, she called them on it. Her leadership, the way she showed leadership in that instance was what police chiefs across the board, male or female, white or black, should be doing. That's kind of where we need to get. So as a woman, I was proud of her. As a chief of police, I was proud of her. I'm hoping her behavior, her actions cause more women to go, yeah, I want to be a police officer. And unfortunately, it's not the case, but we're getting there. Not fast enough, but we're getting there.
One last point. In America, and I say this all the time, women and children have always been brutally treated historically since the colonies formed. Also, domestic violence goes back as far as that because typically the male was the head of the house and he was responsible for governing his quarters or his home. And so if somebody would report something on their wife or the female counterpart, he would take care of that person in the house to the point of physical violence or whipping or lashes, they will call it. So violence is rampant because it's institutionalized in the culture. So that's something else we probably can look at in South Africa, like how far back does it go as it relates to even in a family structure, if that's where domestic violence is spawning from.
So we are so over time. It is 3:17 right now. So I would like to wrap up shortly, but I want to ask a few more questions. And Mr. Bruce, I want to bring you back in. I'm sorry. He said, no. But you and I, we were on a Zoom call, and you mentioned vigilante justice, and maybe you could just speak to that, because I don't know if it's not a foreign concept to Americans, because the death of Emmett Till was vigilante justice, right? But it's not something that we commonly see in practice nowadays.
Yeah, it's historical. Yeah, we just don't use the term, but it's historical.
Yeah. So certainly America's got a major history of vigilante justice. Or I don't know if we would call it justice, but vigilante violence. It's a fact of life in South Africa. I'm going to be quite brief, but just to say that there's very disturbing statistics on this phenomenon. It's possible that, as many as, it might be 8%, it might be more than that. So if we're talking, there's statistic indicating that, I think in the last financial year, which is how our statistics are provided, the number of vigilante people killed in incidents of vigilante violence was something in the region of 1,800 in South Africa in 1 year. That's, possibly 8% of 27,000 violent deaths. There's some, it's possible that it might even account for a higher proportion of deaths than that. There's now a couple of worthwhile studies or books that have been written about the subject by people who try to engage in some kind of depth with what is going on here. And so, I mean, it raises this question about, well, I mean, you see, I mean, I think, you know, the issue of community policing has been touched on in this conversation here. And so, you know, in many ways, the standard explanation that many people give when they talk, you know, when they are asked to account for vigilante violence, is that it reflects shortcomings in the provision of police services, that, you know, if the police were just more efficient and so on, then you know, this wouldn't be such a problem. But the people who've studied it in more detail, what they're saying is that in some ways what it actually reflects is that it reflects the fact that in many ways people are looking for a different type of system of order. So they're looking for, you know, a system of law enforcement which is more directly retributive, much more obviously punitive in the way in which it acts against people. And so, you know, this question about how the police establish, negotiate their authority, how they secure people's support for what they're doing and the types of standards that they are supposed to be upholding and enforcing, is, you know, there's a deeper level to that problem in South Africa. It was reasonably straight.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone want to touch on the issue of vigilante?
I'll be brief as well. So, of course, America has a lot of parallels to England, Great Britain, when it comes to these types of law enforcement initiatives, all the way back to Sir Robert Peel with the 9 Peels principles. But vigilantism in 2024, I see in America, I don't know about Africa, is through social media, the cancel culture. They can be violent, but they can also be helpful. It may not be street justice like we normally would hear, or vigilantism and violence, but online, going back to what I said, sticks and stones may break my bones, but words are never heard. People can say some hurtful things online to the point where they are now censoring Facebook and Instagram for the youth, because so many people have killed themselves or placed themselves into depression or anxiety because of a like, or because no one is liking my posts or comments that's being said by peers that go to school with them. So when you talk about vigilantism and violence in 2024, it's just amplified through our social media presence. With that being said, I just think that it starts individual. I started this out today, and I'll end with what we're talking about today starts individually, one person at a time. And you can only do your part, and change affects incrementally, as she stated. But I do believe, and I do have more hope, and I know a lot of people don't really see this, but in the younger people, because they're so authentic and raw. Sometimes people misconstrue them with millennials. I'm a millennial. They're Gen Z and all that good stuff like that. So we have to give them a chance, but it's our responsibility to cultivate their young minds and to provide them with the resources so that they can make informed and sound decisions.
6 more minutes, and I'll give Dr. Ishmael and Chief Harris the opportunity to respond to this. As I was listening, thinking about vigilante justice, I guess retaliatory violence would be the step cousin, step brother, right? People taking the law in their own hands with vigilante justice. We, in certain communities, the type of retaliatory violence is taking the law into their own hands. So I'll just leave it out there. Chief, what do you think about like the type of retaliatory violence that we have in the community, and how can police better be proactive in addressing the violence before it becomes? retaliatory?
So I actually can also be brief. I was project manager on a program in cooperation with BJA. It was one of the smart policing initiatives a number of years ago where we developed a violence reduction strategy. And what we did was we took a look at 5 years of violence investigations from the most minor all the way up to the most extreme. And we literally picked apart all of these investigations, and we didn't relitigate them or anything like that, but we brought all the parties in to kind of take a look at them and see what the common denominators of all of them were, in an effort to build a scorecard, if you will, to try and figure out what led up to the violence escalating and to sort of see how we could interrupt it before it escalated to the point where either law enforcement had to get involved or it became a retaliatory kind of thing. And we identified things like associations, mental health issues, family history, educational backgrounds, that sort of thing. And what we developed was a strategy whereby law enforcement could proactively interrupt some of these things at the primary level. When the disputes first began to develop, when we first became aware of these disputes, we would come in with proactive strategies, whether it was mediation, whether it was other social programs that could come in and provide resources to interrupt the dispute as it was developing, just to make sure it did not escalate to the point where violence began to occur. And it was actually very, very successful, right up until the point where, unfortunately, supervisors that were more old school than young school police couldn't grasp the fact that you didn't always have to make an arrest in order to interrupt a dispute. And that's in my experience and in my association with LEAP and through my association with Noble, I know this to be the case pretty much across the board. It's very difficult to get more senior officers to understand that you don't always have to arrest yourself or arrest your way out of a situation. It is possible to interrupt an incident or a growing incident by way of mediation or bringing other resources to the table. So while our program through BJA was very, very successful and has merit, our problem became, how do we convince senior officers to understand that you didn't necessarily always have to make an arrest, which resulted in prosecution. It wasn't necessary to always incarcerate people, which, you know, more times than not led to the incarceration of people of color. So.
Dr. Ismail, last word.
Very briefly, because we talk about this concept of retaliation violence, and one of the things we've seen in New Orleans more recently is the retaliation among the youth. It hasn't been the adults, it's been the youth. And juvenile crime is up while adult crime is down. And we actually met with the NOPD a year and a half ago about doing programming, conflict resolutions, community involvement, social networking, getting in the schools and doing those types of things. Because every day in the school system, we have this reading, writing, arithmetic. And a lot of things that we've shared go on in life. We don't discuss it in the schools at all. And that you need a class on social emotional learning every day where these things are being discussed. And if these kids have issues, they can kind of bring up to the forefront, discuss these kinds of things, and maybe they can learn to deal with conflict differently than they are doing it now. Because right now, all they can think about is retaliation, revenge. And I know you talk about words, but they're using violence to get back at each other, these 14, 15, 16, 17-year-olds. And they don't have any way. Mental health is a problem as well. And what do we have? We have the home and we have the school. That's where the kids are every day, or the streets. And so if they're not getting it at home, and sometimes the home and the breakup with their family is an issue, what can we do in the schools to maybe address this half an hour every day? And then that may be, the method to go, moving forward.
Well, we have come to the end of our U.S. South Africa, U.S. Security Nexus. Man, I wish we could have had more time to really get into this panel discussion because as Dr. Ismail was talking, I was thinking about Katrina babies, and we are now 17 years outside of Hurricane Katrina, or is it 17 or am I?
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
You're right, 17 years behind.
Junior and seniors now.
Yeah, they're juniors and seniors, and that trauma that impacted them as children, I wonder how it's playing out in the streets every day. So, little housekeeping. This entire event has been recorded via Zoom. At some point, it will be on the Access Fits YouTube channel. From this, we will also do some publish some conference proceedings. So please look forward to that. And lastly, just as any good person raised in the Southern Baptist Church, if you would like to donate to Access, we have we have a link on the web.